I couldn't agree more. It is a necessity. Keeps the brain going. What are you doing? Game time. Well, game making time. Big difference. Reason. He's getting a little. And I don't. Ah, gotcha. There we go. Does that work? Okay. And then we can go here. Transition! It's lovely. I tried to keep a list of all the ones that I like. That way I can put them into one big playlist. Welcome. Welcome back, Bert. Let me go ahead and set that time. Where is it at? Ah, found it. Okay. Starting soon timer down there on the bottom. How well have you been this week, though? Yeah, how's the week been? It's been tricky. I've been wanting to continue making the game. Then I realized, kinda want to save it for stream. And originally, I wasn't going to stream today because of other plans, but then those plans ended up getting cancelled. So I'm excited I get to do programming today. I had I'm also working on a side project while doing this, but I'm excited to do this one. It's something I've never done before, so I'm excited to try and figure out and tweak things. Very excited. I turn on this a little bit. Let's see though. Got coffee, it kind of depends. Sometimes cancel plans are they are! It depends, but depends. Depends on the severity. Sometimes it's a thing of, oh, it's raining. Oh, well, guess I can't go out. But you know what? Raining means I get to spend time inside reading a nice, good book. Nice. Plans for today, though, I'm excited. Have you watched any new shows, or played any new games since last week? For me, I'm a fan of watching old cartoons, quote-unquote older canceled cartoons. It's a fun comfort thing to have on in the background while I'm doing work, and I have been watching. I binge-watched it. I'm completely done, but I finished a show called Craig of the Creek. I forget when it last aired, but it's over now, and it's the show about kids who have their own society in the forest or the creek. And while I was watching it, I just couldn't help thinking, this would make a very fun RPG game. Yeah, never heard of that one? Must have been after. Probably. I think it came out maybe in the 2010s or something. So it's new, but it's old. It's one of those. It's not a Dexter's Laboratory. It's a new. New old. There's new ones, but this one's nice. It took elements of games as well, and it made a world around it, and the world building for it sounds like it'd make a really fun game. You've got all these different factions in the show, and I'm just thinking, man, imagine you're playing, because I remember a game, something Truth Stick, it was a South Park game, where it was kind of the same thing, where you have these kids who are playing pretend, and they get all of these powers and everything, depending on who they're playing, and they make rules around the game. That's basically what the show, Stick of Truth. So it was this thing of these kids, neighborhood kids playing together in a park, in a forest. In a forest, it was real life, but it was through a child's eyes, so you had all the child's imagination. There was a episode centered around, for example, freeze tag, and freezing someone actually froze them. I'm thinking to myself, wow, imagine a game, imagine this put into a game, where you have a main quest line, and then you have all these side quests, and maybe you can join factions of the kids' groups. For example, you had traders who sold things like candy or just equipment to the other kids. You had ones who dealt with, there was even a D&D group. You had elders, which were just teenagers. You had your kids who, you had a tea party faction, but the thing was that they weren't fancy and nice. Well, they acted nice, but they spread around drama. So it's all these different factions and groups. You had your librarians, you had your ninja kids, and it's just thinking, that sounds like a really fun game, but if I made a game like that, because it's an RPG, it would take a really long time. It makes me want to try playing, what's that game called? It starts with an O? It is Omori. I think it would be something, yeah, Omori. I think it would be something like Omori, maybe? I haven't played it, I haven't seen it. Yeah, well, I haven't seen anyone play it because I haven't decided on yet if I want to play it or not. But I think it'd be something like that where it's children doing something together in an imaginary world. Does that describe Omori? I think it's like a dream world and an imaginary world. Something to that extent. And since the timer is up, let me go ahead and swap. Haven't played it either. I see. It's a mystery. Since the music is up though, I find something a little more jazzier. Maybe this. And I will swap. Where are we at in swap? Yeah, it's this one. Yeah. Oh. Wait a second. Here we are! Welcome to the new streams plan screen. If you haven't played or watched anything new recently, we've been playing old N64 games, but those don't count. They're new if you squint hard enough. I do think it's important to go back to older things, even the N64 games, because there's a lot of inspiration you can take from it. I can totally see that working out. These were just shows that had these were just shows that had backlogs of episodes. It was a 6-season long series, so I had a lot to watch. Hope you like the new streams plan screen though. Today's stream plans are as follows. Let me turn this down a little bit in my ear, and then I'll turn it up a little bit more in stream. Okay, today's streams plans are as followed. We are going to try to program rhythm into our game. And that's the goal. Program rhyming into the game. Rhythm. That's the overview. Check. Question mark. Not sure yet. And design, we're just going to design ideas on maybe how to implement it. And then we're going to try to implement it. That's the overall arching plans. But before that, let's move on to the next section, which is the question mark section. Oh boy, 1 second. Gotta get things prepped. And here. Alright. I will see you in a second. So it seems you were stuck at an elevator while waiting for an elevator. So it seems you were stuck in an elevator waiting for the elevator. We've got some time to chill, don't we? So don't mind me if I just scoot on up here. Hi. Here we go. Hold on. This is very new. Welcome. You're at an elevator. You've got a bit of time to catch, so I might as well try to pitch my game to you. It's a game called it's a game called Necrotype Cafe. And since this is in an elevator, we don't have a lot of time, and I'm totally not holding you hostage. Here on screen is a timer, and I have 1 minute to pitch the game to you. I'm hoping to start doing these every time we do programming, so that I can get some reps in on pitching the game. Once I press this reset though, we are racing for the edges. Make sure the audio is good. Okay, ready? Already sold. I'm doing my job, great. Alright. Here we go. I can see the timer. Okay, that should work. 3, 2, 1, go! Welcome to a game called Necrotype Cafe, a game where you play as a necromancer who only good at necromancy. You attend a school where you don't want to follow in your parents' lineage of necromancy, and you want to become a baker. So you decide to host a cafe down in the basement, and kids come up to you, they ask for an order, and you serve it to them. You serve them by typing. And what is the serving and the typing, you might ask? One might say, it's spellcasting. The idea behind the game is that it'll be a system of spellcasting. You'll be able to tweak your spells to the customer's request, and depending on the customer's request, it gives you a spell you have to do, and you have to type that spell. So the goal is to make typing fun, make it typing fast, lots of cute animations, lots of fun mixtures and fun combinations for a spellcasting game, as opposed to maybe a potions game. And look at that, my time is up. Gotta get a ding. But yeah, well, that is my pitch. Hope you liked it. Hope you're sold. Some of you already are, and that's good. This is your floor, yep. Unfortunately, I can't hold you any longer, so I'll get out of your hair for now. Let's move on to concepts. Here we are. Let me turn back the music on. So now with our pitch, that is the game. It's been a work in progress. This is number 2. That's the overview of the game. All you really have to know, at least for this section, it's actually not this screen. This screen is the design concept screen. I actually need you to bring you to, where is it at? This screen. Oh, that screen's not showing up. 1 second. Let me fix that. Video. Go back to this screen. Now, why aren't you showing up? Oh, I didn't have it open. Here we go. Program called Draw.io. Draw.io. It's something similar to Miro, which we used last time. I thought this would be handy to do for mapping out mind maps. I'm always trying to find new programs, find easier ways to do things, and since this is a free program, I thought, why not try it this time around? Last stream, we just worked on a typing system. There is a prompt that you have, and I can actually add that up here. There is a, there we go, typing prompt. OMPT. There's a typing prompt, and from there, oh, actually, you have to, can I drag this? Oh, perfect. So there's a typing prompt, and the user has to type. If they get it incorrect, the letters turn red, and they have to type again. And it goes in this loop of typing until you get to the last letter, at which point it's the end of the game, or there's more letters, you move to the next letter, and you go over and over again. That is the current, it deleted itself. That's the current game. Now that you know the current game, let me show you. And I will bring us back to Godot. I'm gonna be doing a lot of screen hopping. Alright, and in here is what we worked on. Let me put in, we'll be updating all of this soon. For now, oh, also of note, my Godot freezes a lot, but that's fine. Since it's frozen though, I'll move us back over to our mural board. Or no longer mural board. While we're waiting, and I'll load that as soon as it's done loading. Our goal is to add typing as, I think, not typing, rhythm. I think rhythm would be good to add in the sense of, since the game's main mechanic is typing, I want to add features to make the typing fun, not just in a sense of making the screen flicker or giving sounds to the typing when you type. I think adding some sort of rhythm element would add challenge to the game, and I want the player to feel like either they're improving or they're having fun with the idea of making spells. And since we're going to go down the route of poetry, I thought it would be fun to play with the idea of rhythm, because in poetry, you have to say your poems a certain way. So if our spellcasting is based around poetry, where you have certain systems and certain ways of saying something, maybe we can do it so you have to type 2 syllables or words or phrases, something to that extent where it's a type, stop, type, stop. So it's not going to be a rhythm game, but we're going to add rhythm. That said, let me see if I can copy and paste. Oh, perfect. Okay. So I have down here, right here, rhythm. Well, we'll do poetry. Poetry. And poetry has rhythm. We'll add that down there, if it'll let me. Rhythm. And in regular rhythm games, you have these rhythm maps and music. And since I had not intended on learning music, diving into music, my goal is to stay far away, at least for now. I want to get a prototype up and running first, and then see about music. So the hope is that we can get some sort of metronome system, where it's a certain beat. You have your BPM, and this is just your BPM. Let me write that down. Metronome. All right. And let me slide that down there. Poetry, rhythm, metronome. Our goal is to make it so that the player has to type within the metronome, and depending on the metronome speed. Now, I'm thinking we'll be able to not use music to implement this, but use sound effects. I'm thinking we'll be able to do, or at least we first can test some sort of sound effect on screen. We'll type here, sound effect. And the player will have to listen to the sound effect, or maybe what the thing we're typing on to give an indication that it's time to type. So the sound effect will play every few seconds. I'm thinking the sound effect goes on a timer. The metronome is a game timer. Game timer. Oh, we'll just put timer. Metronome, timer. And every time the metronome goes off, the sound effect goes off. And then the player either misses. You can send over a sound effect for use to touch. Ah, yes, please, that'd be appreciated. I had not figured out how I wanted to do sound effects, but yeah, that works. Discord would work best since it's the simplest, quickest way. Thanks. Now, as for actually implementing audio into Godot, I did that once before. I have not again, so we'll have to start there. I think maybe let's start with making sure that the timer goes off. Yeah, I think what we'll have to do first is, and I'll do it here. Oh, I'll do it over here. We'll have to make a timer. We'll have to make the timer appear on screen. Here on screen. And then we can add the audio. Add one more. But from experience and from what I've heard and known, adding audio matching, or at least syncing audio to what's playing on screen, can be tricky sometimes. So that's why I'm very hesitant about even diving into the idea of rhythm game. See, audio. Maybe we can have the timer itself on timer finish, play the audio. That could be a good indicator. Let's do that instead. Play audio. Okay. Step 1, make timer. Step 2, attach timer to audio. That's what we're gonna attempt in Godot. Go back to Godot now. Discord. Okay. Here we are in Discord. Not Discord. Godot. I can click and play and run the program, and this is what we have so far. And let me go ahead and where is the window capture at? Here it is. There. This is what pops up on screen right now. If you press the wrong letter, it turns red. Godot. Really? Godot? Oh, it's awful. That doesn't make any sense. Godot. Go. As the thing goes red, is when you fail to press it. And when you press the right letter, you have to make sure it's also capitalized. So you have your Shift E, and it goes white. So all I want to do is make it so that there's a beat. There's just a simple beat, a straight one type of words per minute? No, it's not words per minute. It's beats per minute. BPM, your BPM. And it'll be typing to it. Oh, I typed wrong. And hopefully my goal of doing this is to slow the player down. Because, yeah, you're typing, but are you really typing? It's fun to type, but I wanted to make typing more interactive. The goal is that by limiting the speed at which the player can type, we can then allow the player at certain points to have no limits on their typing speed. So it'll make them feel very strong that they're no longer limited to this single typing. I'm hoping it'll make it very fun. No clue though, but we'll see. Alrighty. Back in here, we have currently our spellcaster screen, which is just here. And it has our text, which is here. And the screen is taking, oh, it's a rich text label. And that label is taking the text of this label and displaying it on screen. And now we need to figure out timers. Now, is there... Ah, okay, there is a timer. Perfect. Don't know how timers work, though. We're about to see. So process callback, I guess the best place to start would be the documentation of the timer. Let's go there. Let me pull up Firefox. While I'm pulling that up, or before I pull that up, let me drink some coffee. I didn't have time to froth the milk, but it still works out. Alright. I will bring us back and make sure it's the right screen. The screen. Voila! And go back to this mode. Oh, hold on now. I don't see a chat. Let me try dragging it from the other folder. Is it still there? It says it's there. I assume it's there, but yeah, okay. Out of studio mode. What we need is the Godot's documentation. Documentation 4.0. So we can see how timers work. Timer! And I heard a Discord sound, so I believe this is correct. Thank you! That's great! Alright, our sound effects. And I will go ahead and drag and drop that into the Godot. And here we go. Let me add it to a folder. Just call it SSX. And then we can drag and drop these into the folder. And there. If it'll let me. Oh. It was not happy with that. But we got them. They're in there. A lot. And now that we have those sound effects in Discord, no rest of them already did. Too late. Two. There. Wrong. There. Alright. So countdown timer. A timer is a countdown timer node in its simple way to handle time-based logic. Okay. When the timer reaches the end of its wait time, it'll emit a timeout. After a timer enters... Yeah. We want the spells to have a timer themselves, not the verses. So it has some sort of way to tell the timer. Yeah, on timer timeout, I'm guessing. Now, I'm wondering, how does the timer work? What? I can show you. It'd be easier to try to explain. I want a sort of loop to happen. And let me slide up my keyboard. To here. And then we can pull out concepts again. Here. Alright. I'll zoom in here a little bit. I want a continuous stream of audio. But it's not music. It's a sound effect. But I mean, technically, I think maybe the game or the Godot counts it as music, probably. But it's the thing of, wait a second, then do then do thing. Wait a second, then do think. So do we need to make a timer loop, maybe? Where it calls itself during the loop? Where on timer end, start timer again? Maybe? The timer will... Well, time length depends on the... It depends on the seconds. What I'm not too sure about is... I feel like delta time has to do with timers. Let me double check that. Delta time's just from one frame to the next frame. The time it takes. And I'm concerned about that because lower end PCs, or just software in general, has longer wait times. So to account for that, delta time's used to make sure everything runs smoothly. So I'm thinking because of that, we'll have to use delta time, but I'm not too sure. Timer, delta time, Godot. Let's see. Godot have a time delta time. The delta or delta time. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Godot timer is just a node. Okay, let's see. Godot's built-in timer seems to add an extra node in scenes that aren't necessary. Quite easy to get a near identical effect by setting a variable to some number, subtracting by delta time every process, and then triggering an effect when the variable reaches 0. Okay. I'll show you what I'm looking at. This kind of makes sense in a bit, in a way, where instead of using a timer node, we use a delta timer. That might be better. I mean, that's one way to do it. But yield, I'm pretty sure, also makes the program freeze. Yeah, timer looks like this in code. Other words... Okay, so let's start there. Let's try to get the timer working. I think that might be step 1. Back to Godot. Just here, and we'll go into our timer. Now let's see. Process, wait time, one shot, auto start. True, the timer will stop after reaching the end. Oh, that's pretty good. What's wait time? The time required for the timer to end in seconds. Okay, so I think let's make a script for the time. We can move the script later. I'm just doing it here so we don't get confused with the other stuff we're working on. But I'm thinking we have an auto start, so it continuously loops. That's one thing I wanted. And then I wanted a way for the timer to do a function on time end. Now, that's not what I'm too sure about. What is this? Process callback. Specifies when the timer is updated during a loop. Update the timer every physics or render frame? Probably idle is best. We're not really dealing with physics. Let's see, script, add metadata, mode, inherent. I don't think any of that matters. What we need to know is the functions, and that was where the Godot documents came in. And we need one that says on time end. And I'm pretty sure it should have that in here. I can bring you back to this screen. So the auto start's what we checked off. One shot is just, yeah. If the true, the timer will stop after reaching the end. Okay. Let's see. We don't want auto start. I don't think I have auto start on. I do. Okay. Auto start's been turned off. And then pause. No, we don't want pause. We want time left. Is stopped, start, stop. Okay. I'm not really seeing an on time end. Is there a way to do a function? Oh, no. There. Timeout. But I didn't see that in Godot. Move on back to Godot. Let's see. Node. No, I don't see a signal. Did my signals get moved? I don't believe so. Let me check here. Dock position, no. Inspector, no. There should be a signal for timers. I don't think I'm seeing it. I think maybe it's because of my layout. I don't know. can check by doing a 3D node, like doing area 2D, I mean. Because then on area 2D, there should be signals are under node. Okay, so the timer doesn't have... Now they're showing up. I clicked node before, and it didn't show. Super odd. Try checking. Yeah, see? Oh. I think I'm just blind. Most likely. That is okay. Let's go to timer. On timeout. Okay. So on timeout, play sound. For now, I want to make sure the... Oops. I want to make sure timer's working. So I'll add a rectangle. And we'll just change the color of this rectangle to see if the timer's changing color. And I believe we can just Control Shift and drag. Right. Yeah, there we go. Rectangle. And then on timer timeout. So if it's on timeout, we want the rectangle dot color equal color dot, let's go with just aqua. And then we need another color. Let's do color dot maybe, I thought this is a new feature they added to Godot 4. I don't remember this being in 3 where you can see all the colors. So if cool, so var swap. Yeah, we don't need a var. Let's just do this. If color.color rect equal color aqua, swap to magenta, otherwise swap to aqua. And I believe that should work. So we will have to make sure to turn the auto start back on. So here, right? Yeah. At the time, after the timer enters the tree. Gotcha, okay. See what this gives us. Oh, you can't see, hold on. We swap it back. There! So the timer works perfectly. Then we just have to add audio now. Step 1's done step 2. Oh boy. And we'll never not say no to coffee. Alrighty then. Now that that's working, audio. How to play audio in Godot. I've done it before, but I forgot. Let's try learning together. Audio, timer. Okay. Let's just type in audio. Audio buses. Really should know how to do this. It's alright. You probably have to do it a few times before you can really cement it in your mind on how to do it. Let's see. Let's see. It makes it very... It's distinct. This is audio and music. This is audio effects. This one's audio streams. This one's audio buses. Okay, we'll just open that. And then I wanted to see about audio effects. So does this mean audio effects in that sense, not effects that are audio? That makes sense. Okay, if that is the case... Ooh! Text-to-speech, recording with microphone. Those sound like fancy features. Okay. In any application or game, sound and music playback will have a slight delay. Often so small that it's negligible. Sound effects will come out a few milliseconds after any play function is called. For music this does not matter, as most games do not. Still, for games like Rhythm, it may be required to synchronize play actions or something happening in a song. For this, more precise timing information. Audio is mixed into chunks. It's difficult. Wow. Don't know about difficulty. Audio is mixed into chunks depending on the size of the audio buffers used. Mixed chunks of audio are not played immediately. Playing on TV. Yeah, I'm not understanding what I mean. Let's see. The most common way to reduce latency is to shrink the audio buffers. Okay. So Godot ships with sensible defaults. It should not need to be altered. Okay. What does the code say? Using the system clock to sync. If you call audio stream player, sound will not begin immediately, but when the audio thread is processed. This delay can't be avoided, but it can be estimated by calling this function. The output, which happens after the mix, can also be estimated by calling this function. Add these two and it's possible to guess almost exactly when sound or music will begin playing in the speakers during process. In the long run, though, as sound hardware clock is never exactly in sync, timing information will slowly drift away. For a rhythm game where song begins and ends after a few minutes, this approach is fine. For a game where playback can last, because I'm not sure how long the spell's gonna go on for. But maybe we can add a system where if you miss the beat after a few times, it gets canceled. To that extent. But then again, depending on how long the spell's gonna be, we'll have to do the math on that. For example, say a spell is 200 characters long, and each character has to be played 1 second. That's 200 seconds, which is a little above 2 minutes. There's a thing of saying, how do we add that? Let's see. Using the sound hardware clock to sync. Okay. Player get playback position audio servers. Yeah. Okay. The result may be a bit jittery. Just check the values. Here's the same code before as using the approach. Yeah. Before we go into that, let's see about our problem. And try just adding audio. I think that's the best place to start. Then we can deal with the problems. Go back to Godot. You can... Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I believe I can just do... Where's that? Editor? Let me make the editor size bigger again. Here. I believe... Let's try 150? Oh, restart. 1 second. That way we can make things a little bit easier to see. I had to reset it afterwards. It's super big. But on here, it's pretty tiny. Okay. This should be... Oops. A bit easier to see now. Hopefully. So, that's gotta get hidden again. There we go. And let me make this a little smaller. Slide this. Oh no, I can't slide it anymore. Alright. And move this down. Never mind. This is as small as it gets. Wow. Alright. So in timer, here's our timer. Right now, the timer is working. It is changing the colors, which is great. We now need an audio, and down here we have all this great sound. So let's see. Confirm. Now, how do I hear it? Oh, perfect. Ooh. Want something like well, it's temporary. That kind of works. Can you hear it? No, I don't think you can hear it. If this is from Godot, let me see if I can add the audio. Oh, here. Alright. Godot. From here. Okay. Now does it play? Okay, good. It plays. I see the thing coming up on the screen. Great. Okay, let's add this one. Now it's interesting, I've not seen this before. Maybe they also added this with Godot 4. But it's nice. It tells you everything you need to know, and it also gives you an offset. I think I can just drag and drop. Ooh. Okay. So this is an audio stream player. Playing true or false. Okay, so I'm curious. Can we just add the audio streamer into the thing and then just play it every time out? That's what I'm wondering. Let's just call this beat for now. So beat dot play from position. Oh, I don't think we have to do any of that. I'm curious to see if this plays. Oh, there it is. Yes, there it is indeed. All right, and then play. And Godot. Bring that. This one? No. This one? Nope. It's this one. There you go. So it's every time it's changing, it's blinking. That's what we want, and it's perfect. But now the issue comes into play that we have to figure out to get user input. And we want it to hit or miss. Yeah, this is going a lot better than I thought it would. I say as we still might have to implement everything that documentation said we had to implement. We'll see. Let me get more. Alrighty then. Let me move this tablet aside and pull out the keyboard. And then we can take it from there. I'm super excited though. I think if we can get this working, maybe the player can customize what sounds they hear. I want it to be like in Undertale, when characters speak, they have different sound types, but it's all kind of around the same note. So my hope is that with this spellcasting system, we can have certain spell types that she does, our main character do. She can have different sound effects for it. Or we can make it randomized a little bit so it's not all the same sound. Add a little bit of variety. Now let's see. Now we want to have the player... Okay, I think what we'll have to do is do on timeout. And then, yeah, random my pitch. Yeah. It's not the same exact sound. And then when the player gets into beat, the timer kind of fades out in audio. But you can still maybe see a light or something. But when you miss, then it starts back up again. So it lets you get into a rhythm or a groove, depending on how well you can perform. I think we need a var called can type. And it is a bool, and we will set it to false. And I'm curious to see if the rumors are true. So if it is blue, you can type, and if it's not blue, you can't type. Can true, and can true, can type, and if it's aqua, if it's magenta, it's false. Let me make sure that it is on here. There we go. So it comes after the color. Don't think it matters too much. I never know with coding. Sometimes the positions can make a big difference. Let's go ahead and go back to our spellcaster. And then zoom out a little bit. Now, all we really need to check is if here. Update, no, here. Test user input. So all this is doing is checking to see if it's the right input. We need to also test to see if it will bring us an error. So for now, I think, how can we distinguish? I guess we really can't. Maybe something can pop up on screen that shows us we got it wrong, or error input, something to that extent. Let's do that as well so we can get... Oh, no, we can just print it. That'd be easiest. Var current character string. And it froze, which means I get to take a coffee break. Soon enough, we'll run out of coffee and I'll have to do water breaks instead. This is fine. Now, on Sunday, we'll be rearranging the hierarchy, the structure of all of this. I don't want to touch it too much. We're just adding the rhythm part. And then later we're going to clean up everything. For now, test user input. And then let's say return user input. Now, if the user input is false right now, it'll return. If the user input's false, it'll turn red. So I think for now, we can just make it print on screen if the user does the input wrong and to check to see if the timer is up or not. So we can go back on here. Just go grab that timer. Sorry, dragging it. And then we can go down here. And if timer dot, what do we call it? Is something, or can type. So if timer dot can type, then we run this. But if the user can't type, we return false. Let's just add that in there. And if the user can't type, let's also print on screen not in sync. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Not in sync. There. So if timer can type, yeah, okay. Let's give that a go. So on blue we can type. Let me go ahead and open up this. There we go. All right. So on blue, it would be E. Oh, okay, that worked. Great. So N. That didn't work. Let's go ahead and for now, I'll close this. To make it less messy, I'll comment out these prints, which were the testing prints. Just so we can see what we're running. And let me update it. If it'll let me update it. Alright, let's try again now that we can see what we're doing. So it would be E, N, D, oh, not in sync. D, space, A. She was also not the best at rhythm games. I do like them though. Space, O. And I think we are gonna have to implement that long workaround to get it working. O, F, F, O, F, space, nope, not in sync. Space, S, S, T, R. I think it needs to be faster. Let's make it a little bit faster. And that's just done by making the timer wait time 0.5. Let's give that a go instead. I think that'll help. And then, you know, I think I know what's wrong. I'm hearing it beep all of the time. We only need it to beep during one portion. Let's also change that as well. So when it's blue, play. But don't play if it's not blue. Just a small tweak. There we go. I think that's a lot better. Now when it's blue, I have a different sound between. Oh, that's true as well. Yeah, let's do that. So we have cursor 1, and then go with an error. 0.5. Is there a shorter one? Nope. Ooh, let's do this one. Error. We just drag and drop. We should be able to. Yeah, okay. And then shift. Either or, really. I think it'd be nice to have like an error sound play. That might be a little bit too much, at least for now. That'd be something related to the player feedback, but I do think having those that feedback will help a lot. Now it'll just be, don't. Well, actually, I think right now the error, it's not an error, it's just a wait. Every time you hear. I don't think, let's need it for now. Well, we want the error for the error. Or, yeah, it just needs to be it's like a tick. With a metronome, you don't usually play something when there's no beat. You're playing on the beat. Would be better there shorter? Ah, let's see. Yeah. For now, I think, yeah, because I'm trying to make this a metronome. So if it's a metronome, it only plays on it unless you're playing offbeat. Maybe we could implement something like that later. But offbeats are hard. Oh, I also just realized the screen. Oh, is it playing error? Hold on. Beat.play. Beats cursor 1. If the audio changed around a little bit. Playing this, but it's saying, oh, gotcha. Interesting. We can make it any one we want. Let's just drag and drop. Okay. Attempt number 2. And it's a little too long. Forget the one we had. I think it was cursor. Let's see. Yeah. I think this one's the most metronome feel. Okay. Alright. Let's give this another try. Alright. E, N, D, bass, O, F, F, bass, S, T, T, R. This is hard! It's so slow! E, R, E, A, M, M. Yeah, I think we will have to implement it, but it's working! It is definitely working, but it's also very slow. Yeah, input buffer probably, yeah. That's what the documentation was recommending. Some sort of buffer to check. Because the thing is, we don't... Well, we already have a way to check if it's the right key, but if any key is checked within the wrong time, then it's not valid. If we go back to that Godot, we're gonna have to sync the audio, I think. Go back. Because it did talk about input buffers as well, I think, in here. The using audio streamer playback, get playback position. Okay. I am unable to digest this. You only know about input buffers from trying to program in jump commands? Yeah, that's usually how they implement input buffers, where depending on the last time you jumped, it still counts as a jump when you land on the ground. It's a nice feel. And that's what we want. We're aiming for a nice feel. I think, because I'm not understanding this. I mean, I'm understanding it. Probably a tutorial would be the best place to go. Let me... Wrong screen. Here. Let me pull up a tutorial. YouTube. And then... we need... sync gameplay with audio. Sync gameplay with audio. Alrighty. Complete. No. How to play music across scenes. Ooh. Across scenes. Add background music. It probably would be in... Ooh. Audio visualizer. I'm getting site checked. Rhythm game with Godot. This one's talking about MIDI. Yeah, there's so many tricky ways. So go try to understand documentation. That's probably the quickest way. There might be some sort of post about it instead. I'm reading it, but I'm not taking it in. So if there's a different way, we can fix it or tweak it or make it consumable. We'd be good. So let's see. Maybe this video? Oh. Let's... Okay. Synchronization.
Synchronize. We're gonna do this.
Right.
Oh, I crashed again. So that the volume.
Let's see.
Gets
Audio
higher,
streams, interactive, and playlist. Which can be used to play two audio streams. No, that's not what we want. Sync the gameplay with audio music Godot. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to try to understand what the scripts, the old scrolls are telling us. I would figure with a game that has all notes at 0.5 timer. Are you adding variation? Will you be able to add notes that are faster than this at some point? I think you should look into solutions, mobile rhythm games. Have used when the player can adjust and offset their... Hold on. Offset their settings for the music notes and then for the tapping of notes. Ah. Yeah, they do that, don't they? Where in some games, I know the one I played. There was a sleepy, melatonin, monotolin. That one, the sleep game. It had a setting where you could change the input buffer. So you would allow the player to choose their own input and then it would sync up. That might work. So the song interval is I could just swap notes. Yeah, having said it, yeah, calibration. You have the user calibrate it. So let's see, is it a valid solution? Just look up the awesome cool audio mixer inside of Godot. Okay, you could probably build a custom system. Yeah, we don't want song data, we just want notes. You could possibly, okay. Input buffers. We're back onto that topic. Right here. See, can you zoom in a little bit? It's there, and it's present. Old School Musical had the user calibrate at the start of the game. Yep. I remember a lot of games doing that, and that could be a great way. Since, again, I'm not trying to, at least for now, I don't know if I'll do it down the line, but right now I just want a really simple metronome. Let's go ahead and look up input buffer Godot audio. Let's see. Okay. Recently picked up Godot with the intent of being trigger audio responses to player input with as little delay as possible. Okay. Contains the following. I think we read this part. Shrink the audio buffer. Makes sense for most projects you're not sure. Question is if anyone had any advice for getting the latency as close to 0. Scripting language. Is Godot inherently? Okay. That's enough. Okay, great. Flexibility. I see. They're saying, don't use Godot. I think we'll have to either this idea. This idea, oh boy. Or input buffer Godot. I remember them, but how to use them. Input buffer Godot for rhythm game. Maybe something to that extent. Unable to sync as well as I like. Got working, yeah. Handling note hits. Let's see. Like the collision? No. Okay. Every project you go through so many steps? No. Feeling good seeing different paths. Over engineering, make the game. Wonder if there's, yeah. Okay. This is talking about physically seeing it. We don't want physically seeing it, we just want audibly hearing it. Describe the project you are working on. Okay. Let's try this. I am curious. Oh, I subtracted out of it. There we go. User calibration. I guess? How do they do calibration? Maybe that's the best way to start. Search up how do you calibrate input calibration for users. How to calibrate LIBRAPE user input Godot. Alright. Calibrate. I don't think they have a way to calibrate. But I'm thinking it's an input buffer in the sense of a delay. For example, it might be like at the beginning, look at this and type it, and we'll, depending on your score, will increase or decrease the calibration. Something like that, maybe? Right now we have it playing, and I think maybe because it's exact, or alright. I'm getting a little lost, so let's type everything out. It always helps me. Okay, we're back on this screen. Right now we have the issue of user input is delayed to audio. And because of that, it's making the user User misses input, even if they are hitting it. The idea is to do some sort of input buffer or calibrator. Because of the calibrator, we could then match up or sync input to audio. Question then becomes, how do you sync input to audio? Answer, doesn't seem we can find it, but if we had to guess, how would you maybe sync input to audio? And I'm thinking maybe we have a tester and then we check a time and we make a timer, that sort of thing, where we keep a tracker and then count the last time or set a forgiveness or sort of delay time where the user can press their input. And if it's within this range, maybe something like that. Where, let me go back over to Godot. It all started off nice and easy. This is how it always ends. Let's see. We need a way to track the time. I think maybe doing something like, can we print the current time? Is that a thing? Let me see. Let me go back to the documentation for timer. Back. Alright. In timer, do we have print time? Time left. That's one. And in time left, it just counts the time left. This is always 0 if the timer is stopped. Okay. Maybe that is the input buffer idea. Supposedly there's an input buffer asset for Godot. We also see it later. I mean, the less scratch I can do, the better. It's always a good learning process, but at that point, why not just make your own engine? Let's see. Input buffer? No. There might be like a buffer. Yeah, that'd be appreciable. This is tricky. Thinking start a timer on sound play or something, or yeah. Never done this before. Always trying to figure out. Never done it. How do? And how do? Not sure. Gotta find out. Starts the timer if time was not already. Okay. Pause. One shot. No. Okay. Maybe what we can do is do... Oh, I just got it. Thanks. Great. So Brave. Use a Godot input buffer. I'll put this on the screen. Here. Oh. It's not like me putting it on screen. There. So use the Godot input buffer asset. Asset from Godot's engine. Oh no, it's fine. It just has to do it a little longer. So there's, I think I get it. That's like a plugin. That was just instructions. I get it. These are option 1 instructions, option 2 instructions. Implement, from scratch. Gotcha. In the process function, iterate over the buffer, checking for recent input. If a press is detected within the buffer window, oh, I see. I think I understand. As Godot decides to freeze. I think I get it though. Since that one's frozen, let me check on Discord. Yeah. Use a boolean to track whether input buffer is enabled or disabled. Okay. Modify the game logic to use this is action press buffered function, which checks the buffer for recent input press. Okay. It might be quicker to do it custom. But I think, yeah, this seems to be exactly the instructions I was confused about. We go back over here. This is the good idea to get 3 screens at this point. Hop back over here. What we have to do is make a buffer with a size. A buffer that has size, which is just your frame, your allowance. How kind are we being to the user and allowing them to choose the time between, and then in the process function, iterate over the buffer, checking for recent inputs. Right. So the buffer keeps track of input within blank frames or within blank size. Okay. And then if a press is detected within, okay, and then use a Boolean flag to track whether the input buffer is enabled or disabled, and then toggle this flag with a UI element or key press. Okay. Let's try making a buffer then. Let's give it a go. I think I get what it's saying though. It just keeps it keeps track, like maybe an array of some sort. And then if after the array is done, yeah, after the array is done, we clear it. Is that what it's saying? Although, my question is, how, if a press is detected within the buffer window, consider it a buffer input? Okay. We're getting somewhere. Let me reopen my Firefox. I'm input buffer. Godot. Truthfully, maybe it would be better to do it from the assets library, because I'm trying to figure out how do you add it to your array, how do you delete it, how do you keep track of it. So I think, yeah, I think this works better. So go ahead and get it from the Godot asset library. Glad that helps a little. You're listening, but also working on commission. You're not falling. No, you helped completely. Thank you. This helps a lot. As I was lost. Let's see. Is this in? Ah, okay. So use copy a file. Use your preferred language into your project and call the project where you usually call. Okay, so it's just the file I have to drag and drop into. I take this, I believe, and I drag it into my Godot. Oh, hold on. Failed to load script parse error. Oh no, all the errors. Back at it again, see all of them. Now I'm curious as to why it's angry. It's angry for some reason. This is the license, readme, this is CS, this is SNL, this is C++, this is the project.godot. I would assume we could just drag and drop, but it's not dragging and dropping. What about this? Oh, it's something. And then it decided, nah, doesn't want to do anything. Oh, actually, hold on. Where'd our audio go? On. Huh. Resources is here, but our audio is not. Disappeared on me. It's fine. SFX. Folder already has that name. Okay, now you got me confused. Oh. Food maybe? It is in here. Oh, okay. I'll try closing and reopening Godot to see if it reappears. We have our icon, we have our scene, we have our text and our timer. And I'll also drag in the import buffer in here. .gd. Okay, let's try restarting. Maybe that'll help. Also, good luck on your commission. I hope you get it done. Now let's see. I'm down to the last drops. Reopen Godot. Very actiony music for waiting. Great. Let's see. Okay. Failed to load script, and I still don't see more coffee. Always more. You can never stop. Not allowed to. I am confused. Command folder, maybe? Okay. When in doubt, I am gonna check the stream. Coffee solves most problems. Exactly. And welcome. Oh boy. For some reason, my Godot is missing a folder for my sound effects, and I don't see it. Because I don't see it, I'm looking for it, and not getting the results. So I'm gonna check back on stream to see where it disappeared at. I dragged and dropped a plugin script, and it disappeared on me. Let's see. Fast forward a little bit more, a little bit more. Okay, so it's not there. And oh, okay. Sound effects is there, and then okay. Sound effects is there, and then sound effects just vanishes. Huh. Yeah, vanishes. Never had that happen before. Okay. I'm sure there's a way to reload. Possibly? Reload. How to reload Godot files. I closed and opened. Didn't work. So. How to reload Godot files. Godot file is missing. How about that one? Go to your project directory. Reason. Odd. Understandable. I think maybe what happened is I put it in my audio files. So because it's in there. Oh, wait. There's input buffer there. But if I check my thing and I go back down here, do we have input buffer? Yeah, okay. So I'll delete this. And then maybe if I close and reopen again, it won't give us the same error. Let's give it a try. And close and save. Usually takes 2 times the charm. Waiting for it to open, and then we'll see. Hopefully. I'm not sure at all where it went. But technically we have everything we need from it already. I think. Yeah, okay. Well, this will probably become a problem in the foreseeable future. But until then, we will live in bliss. Input buffer. How do I open you? Will you let me open you? Okay, here we go. Cannot find pause mode, process, and base node. I'm just really curious to see what it does. And then maybe we can implement it in our own name. Let's see. How many milliseconds ahead of time the player can make an input and have it still be recognized? That's the buffer window, because it imitates 9 frames. Buffer window, like in Super Smash Bros. Okay, that's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about before with the buffer size. I thought it was maybe an array, but no, it's a timer. And then called when the node enters the scene tree. Okay, but what is this node.pause process mode? This might be a plugin from Godot 3. Maybe that's why it's not too happy. Let's search up node pause process mode. Node pause process mode. See what it gives us. Godot. Interesting. Okay. I think. Yeah, process mode equals. You can also alter the property. Node process mode pausable. Pausable. Here, I will show you. Here's what I'm looking at. I'm thinking, actually we can check too. This was made in 2022. I think that was before Godot 4.0. A lot of it might just be outdated. But we should be able to take it and update it, hopefully, maybe. Let's see. Pausable. Process the node and its children only when the game is not paused. We don't want to pause the game though. That's a little odd. It says node pause mode process. We need to figure out how to update it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. Always converting old code into new code is tricky. Especially when everything just starts bleeping red. But pause mode node dot. Okay, well, what we can do is actually check Godot itself and see what it gives us. I know sometimes there were functions I had to update. Node dot pause. When pause, pausable, paused. And what was it before? Here, I'll duplicate it and then block that out. So, node dot pause mode process. And it can't tell us about that because it's not a thing. Interesting. And there is node dot pause. Paused, unpaused, pause mode, process mode pausable. These are weird. But let's see. I'm sure there is a solution out there. We just gotta find it. And I wonder, Godot 324. Someone has probably figured it out. Pausing game mode. I wish there was a way to check old. Yeah, if there was a way to check old Godot documentation. There might be. We can check. How to check old Godot documentation. There might be, or it just might be lost to time. We'll see. How to read the documentation 3.1. Is this it? Perfect. Okay. Now let's just do pause mode process. Pause mode process. And give that a go. Enumeration scene method. Maybe it's this? Maybe this. Continue the process regardless of the scene tree state. That doesn't really make any sense. In the code, it says, yeah, do we need this part of code? Probably if it's in there. But let's keep reading and see. Pause mode, node.pause mode. In the docs on the left side, way at the bottom, you can check all versions of the docs. Oh, let's check that then. Very handy. Thank you. Give it a look. Back to our up here. Ooh, let's just use down here. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Does it tell us the build of this? The minute 3.5? I think that's the build. Possibly. And this is from 3.1. Let's change it to 3.5. We can. Read the docs. Ah, okay. Let's close this. Go back to this. 3.5. Perfect. Alright. And then pause mode process. Okay. Maybe because, well, this is node scenes and then there's scene tree. So in here, or where are we? Yeah. Node scenes, I don't believe it's that, or maybe it is. Scene mode, auto accept. Where is this at? Node pause mode process. Let's try Control F to search the scene. Is it something else on Firefox? I Control F. Oh, it's all the way down there. See it? Pause mode process. Okay. Pause mode. Maybe we just set the pause mode to 2. That might work. Because right here it says pause mode process equal 2. Enum pause mode. And then if we go back here to the node, this is the most latest. Go to node. And then also search for pause mode. And we don't get anything. But do we get something when we search pause mode? Answer is no. How about just pause? Okay, here we go. So pause mode, not a thing anymore. But there are some pauses here and there. Let's see. There's a process mode. Stops process when scene is paused. Process only, always process. I think this is what we want, right? it says always process, keep processing, ignore scene tree pause. And in this one, it says continue the process regardless of the scene tree pause state. That sounds like the same thing. So I think what we can just do is do process mode always, and it could help. That. Go back to Godot. And then go pause mode equal node dot, and what was it again? Process mode always. Process mode always. There. Oh, pause mode not declared in the current. Did you mean process mode? Pause mode. Where's pause mode at? Did that change too? Hold on. Let me go back to the script and here we go. Documentation reading today. Let's see. I'm gonna duplicate this and then we'll just pause mode. That's not in here. Interesting. And if we go to the 3.5, duplicate it and search for it. Yep, gotcha. So they changed it. I think they changed the name. Instead of pause mode, I think it's process mode now. If I go back up here to this one, we go all the way to the top. Yeah, I think it's process mode now. Is what they changed it to. But why? Why did Godot change pause mode to process mode? Does it say? I don't think it does. But I think that's what happened. I think they changed maybe the name type or something. Added a few new features here and there. So it's not pause mode anymore. I think it's process mode. Process mode? Does that work? Okay, that works. So after it gets the pause mode, it then initializes all the dictionary entries. Makes sense. And then calls whenever the player makes an input. Also makes sense. Okay. This is just getting the user input, right? And it's getting the user input. Oh, it's getting the user input in between the times. So to change how long we allow the user to do it, I'm guessing we use the buffer window. If that is anywhere in here, let's see. If event is echo, return. What's this? Keyboard timestamps. Oh, up there. Okay. So if event is joypad, so it's just getting both of the events. But event, okay. And then down here it says, returns whether any of the keyboard keys or joypad buttons in the given action are pressed within the buffer window. Okay. So for event in input maps, got get action list action. Get action is not found in current base. So this must not be a function anymore in Godot 4, I'm guessing. Let's see. Returns, I'm glad there's documentation on here, and else we'd be lost. Right now it is returning whether any of the keyboard keys or joypad buttons in the given action were pressed within the buffer window. So I'm guessing... This is where we get the buffer window time. Okay. I was gonna say maybe we could tweak it a bit, but maybe there's a way to do it. So we need to figure out what happened to get action list next. And we do that by going back over to the documentation. Back to our full screen. Yeah, full screen too. Okay. Pause mode. Oops. We don't need pause mode anymore. Now we need to look in Godot Pros. So I guess coffee break time. Oh. But what now we need to do is check into the input. Is it input buffer or no, input map? We need to check what changed in the input map. I think it's just this now? Yep, input map. I think that's it. Let me open that on my Firefox. You think that's what it's changed to, you mean? Because if so, let's see. So it went from get action list to just get actions. Yeah, that's what you put. Input method get actions. I think you are correct. Let's just do this. Get actions. Okay. Oh, get actions. There we go. It's always the one letters that always kind of mess you up. Let's see. Too many arguments for get actions. Oh, like this, right? For event get actions. Okay. And then if event is input event key. Now what does that mean? Input event key. Let's see. Yeah. I just look it up online. The screen's so big I can't. Oh, you also can't see. There. Lots of red. I added the get actions, but now we have more red. I'd have to go through and update this. Hoping it's worth the effort, but I mean, we're kind of learning. And if not, maybe we can take this and start from scratch somewhere. But let's see. For right now, it returns whether any of the keyboard keys in the given action were pressed within the buffer window. What we have is an action, which is a string. Now that's interesting. Because we don't need an action or a string. Is action pressed buffed? What is this called? Let's find out. Control F. Only called here. And let me go back to the documentation. Where is that at? Not the documentation, the main thing. Yeah, okay. So on here, how it works is copy the file, and then in your projects call input buffer is action press buffered. Yeah. And I think that's what this is action press buffered. Yep. So this is the function we call when we want to check or if it's within the input map. And right now it's checking a string, which I'm not really too sure about. We don't need a string for an action, which is interesting. Yeah. Returns whether any of the keyboard keys in the given action were pressed. We don't need any of this, actually, now that I think about it. We just need to know if an action was pressed, and then we can check somewhere else if it's incorrect or correct. Yeah, get the inputs associated with the action. Any one of them was pressed in the last buffered window milliseconds. The action is buffered. Okay. For right now, we're not using joypad. Let's get rid of this. Can't really do a typing game with a joypad, so maybe sometime free update joypad edition. And you have to, nah, that wouldn't work really. It has to be typing. So I don't think we need joypad at all. So, rid of this. Let's get rid of everything. Let's see. Call whenever the player makes an input. Okay. We don't need the joypad. Now, button index. We don't need button index. Okay. Now down here is what we press. What we're looking to accomplish is just checking to see if a button was pressed. But at the same time, I guess, we need to know what button, because the user could always just spam a button and see if it was the right button. They kind of just press all of these buttons. So technically, I'm thinking maybe what we can do is go in here, and then here we send in, that's where the string comes in at. As you can see up here, the current character is a string. Okay. So in that case, it makes sense to do the string, yeah. We get the events, or we get the actions, and then if event is input key. Now what this means, I'm not too sure. Input event key, I think that's why, yeah. We need to figure out what input event key is. And we go back to documentation. Where are you, input event key? I'll just search you up in 4.3. Let me go back to the right screen. Okay. Right now, the issue is it's not taking if event is input event key. And why that is, I'm not too sure. is it should be able to check what type of input it is. And I think in my code, I do check what type of input it is. Where is it at? And here we check, where's that? Boom. Test user input. Nope, we don't want that. We update text, test user input. I guess it does. No, yeah, here. Here's where we test it. Because it says, so this is working if event is input event key. Input buffer, if input is event key. That's right. And then it says var scan code. Now I don't know what that is. I'm curious to see if I comment that out. Does it change everything? No. Okay. So expression of string name is of type string name, so it can't be of type input event key. Action event get action. If event is input key, maybe it's because whatever input map's returning. And what input map returns is, let me go back in my search. Input action get actions, right? That's what it was. Get actions. Oops. Get actions. And get actions is down here. Click the screen. What I'm thinking is, it'd be nice to have some sort of key or something to just check, but can we check in an array? Is that possible? To check to see if something at this index is here? Do you have to loop through the entire array to check? Right now, if, yeah, we're getting a string, which is get actions. And then, what was it before? The input map was like get input event. Here, I can open it. No, I can't. Well, time to do when in doubt. Go back in recording. Just so I can see what the previous input was. Just start copying it, that'd be easier. But for now, got the botched method. Let's go ahead and
sometime
re-update. So it was not get actions. It was,
and then called
let's
whenever
go
the player
back.
makes an input.
Oh, I went back. I went too far back. Way too far back. Get input. What we need is
We don't need pause mode
search through a little bit.
or press within the buffer window.
It was get action list. Let's check in the documentation in our 3.5 get action list. Something like that. Input method description. So that also returns a string though. Where's it at? Add action, get action list. Yeah. It returns a string. Oh, it returns an array. Is that why? Returns an array of input events associated with a given action. Get action list. That is what it was, right? Let me double check. Yeah. If input.get action list. That's what it was. So let me just write that side by side in Godot so we don't forget. This was a little too small. Scan code event if input is action. Yeah, okay. So it is now frozen coffee time. Oh. So good. I think we're on the right track though. I definitely think so. It's just a matter of Godot wanting to cooperate. And once we're good from there, we'll be good. But if input map, or for event in input map.get actions, I think what's happening is, I'll show you. It is doing, oh, never mind. Godot's working again. Okay, I'll pull you back to the screen then. So in here currently, or not currently, previously, this function here was for event in input map dot get action list in action. That's what it was. And we changed it to for event in input map dot get actions. Oh, okay. I thought I missed that for a second. So arrays in Godot has a .has method to check into the array. Is that what, when I was asking about to check inside of the array? So that's helpful. I think we'll need that for later. Thank you. Yeah. I'll just write this here so I don't forget. Array may have .has there, so I don't forget. Now let's see. We need to change this into this, but get actions list, when I look it up in here. Actually, let me go back to the top. Makes it easier. Get action list. Okay. You would take a look here on screen. Here. This is what we're doing right now. It returns an array, and you have your string and your action. Now, what the Godot has, if I can click it and find it, is get actions, and it returns an array with the string name. I'm not too sure what this is doing exactly, but they're different, and that's why it's not working. So let's see. Get actions returns an array of all actions in the input map. Okay. Returns true if the input map has a register action with a given name. And then in here, get action list returns an array of input events associated with a given action. Okay. So old Godot had this function. This get actions list is newer. Maybe we can make it print the results of get action to debug it somehow. That would work. I think it's somewhere in here though. Just to see the structure? That's a good idea. Let's do it. Wait, never mind. I gotta... Here. Let's delete this in Godot, but yeah, printing is always the right method. So I'll go ahead and do this. The issue is there's some of this in here that we would have to comment out. Not too bad. Let's see. Oh, never mind. It returns false already. Perfect. Let's just comment this out and then pass. This should be good now? Nope. Let's do this then. Are we good now? Oh boy. Okay. Maybe testing won't work. I don't want to uncomment everything and then forget. I think I kind of understand what it's saying though. For example, we go back to here. What it was doing before, so it was getting an action list from an action. It returns an array of actions associated with the given action. What we changed it to was just get actions, this here. It returns an array of all actions in the input map, which is here. So I think maybe what we have to do is do, yeah, because it's asking for all the actions in the input map, and I think actions is like up, down, left, right sort of thing. And we don't need those actions. We just need letters, and I think that's different. What I mean is, just as an example, when you're making controls here, all of these actions, for example, I think that's what it's checking. Oh, you can see, hold on. In your controls, you have these actions. I think this is what it's looking for, and that's not what we're doing, and that's why it won't work. What we need to check is, yeah, because this is actions here, it's an actions list, and then it gets a list of actions associated with the actions, but that's not what we need. We just need the list of keys, or yeah, keys pressed. So maybe we can restructure this a little bit. So for example, if action press buffered, is action press buffered? So the action, that's what we do need. We do need a string, but we don't need this, I think. We need to go through our keyboard timestamps, I think. Yeah. We need to go through our keyboard timestamps and then see if it's in our dictionary. I think that's how it works. Yeah. If keyboard timestamps dot has scan code. I don't know what scan code means. I don't think it knows either. But input and get actions, we don't need that. We just need, we don't even need this really, I don't think. But, so we don't mess up again, I'm gonna leave it here and comment it out. Just in case. For now, let's get rid of this. And then, if event is input key, and then key timestamps buffer window. Okay, if event is input event key, they don't know what input event key is probably. No, it's asking if it is the input. But where is event? Yep, that's what they're asking. Var scan code int event dot scan code. What's event dot scan code? Guess we're back over to the wiki. What is event scan code? Okay. Good old documentation. This is 3.5. Returns the physical scan code combined with a modifier. What? Scan code. The key scan code, which corresponds to one of the key list constants, represents key in the current keyboard layout. To get a human readable representation, yeah, I'm thinking we don't need input event, or do we? Scan code returns a key scan code, which is this. something this. So maybe what we can do instead is just take this key and put it in the function. That could work. So we get the key scan code, represents key in the current keyboard layout. Okay. For example, we take that scan code that we get, go back over to Godot. If is action dot pressed. Gets the input if one of the last of them. So we make a scan code from our event. And then if the keyboard timestamps has the scan code, if time gets ticks, invalidate. So prevents this method from returning true repeatedly and registering as duplicate actions. What I think we have to do is just do, instead of action, we send in the event or the int. For example, we do int and then, oops, not int. Int goes over here. And then int will be key scan code. Like this. And then what we'll do here is do, first let's make this a global, or yeah, a global, which is this input. So we can use it in the other files. Let's grab this input buffer and call it input buffer and close. Now if we go back into after a freeze, which means coffee break. We're all out. Oh no! Now starter quiet. I think we're on the right path. I'm excited because I feel like we're right around the corner. Oh, that's not good. But don't worry. It's done that before, concerningly. And since it's done that before, let me just quickly Control S. And now we're good to go. But now that it's a global, we can go back in here, right? And then we can do, where is it at? Test user input. This makes sense. So we should be able to do input. Would it be input buffer? Oops. Input buffer dot is action pressed buffered. And then we'll take that user input. Should be good. So we can take care of this if timer can type. We don't need that anymore. Oops. And then what we can do is do test user input. We don't need the user input as a string anymore. When we do test user input, it is found here. If test user input, and we get the user input, where is input buffer action? Not input, under here. Yeah, so this calls update text. Okay. If typed get Unicode. We update, well, I guess we do it here then. Because we're testing the user input for the right input, and we're also testing the user input to see if it's on beat. So for now, let's just leave this alone. And move it in here. Up inside. Because now we have the key, which is a far, or... This is where typecasting comes into play. It turns it into a char. And the char is a number. How do we deal with numbers? Is our scan code a number? Or how does that work? I think what we can do is do this. We can do var type event input as event key. So we should be able to do something like typed event dot, what was it called? Scan code, right? Dot scan code. Does that, yeah, that works. Which means, let's see. Here we do unhandled. So after you get the player's input, after we get the type, if typed event is not equal to 0, update the type. That works. What we need to check for is if it is the right type. Let me see. Getting a little lost in the weeds here. That is all right. All right. For now, let's just do this. We'll do the input buffer. Oops. Input buffer dot is action pressed buffered. And we'll send in this. And for now, we'll just make it the what does it return? A bool. Oh, var is in buffer. For now, TM. There. Okay. So here we can get the scan code, and the scan code's just a code made with the event key, input event key. We can take the scan code here from is action just pressed. And now we move on to down here. We don't need this anymore. Let's delete that. And we don't need this anymore, right? Because this is if input. This is checking all the inputs in the map. We don't need any of that. So I think we can just delete this. We can also delete this. And now we're left with, move that over a little bit. So if keyboard timestamps has, oops, key scan code, then if time.getTicks keyboard timestamps key scan code, then prevent this method from returning. So then invalidate action. Now what does invalidate action do? Let's find out. Records unreasonable timestamps for all inputs in an action. Called when if action press buffer returns true, as otherwise it would continue returning true every frame for the rest of the window buffer. Interesting. Okay. So I guess we just send in the time or the key scan code as well. But at the same time, where else do we do stuff? If there is a third type of buffer, probably worth to generalize. Okay. Until then, principle, the repetitive stuff stays. Oh, okay. So I think let's just move all of this out here so we can see what we're dealing with. And then this is some very somber music. Alright. Prevents method from returning. Now all we need to do is put in the key scan code. And then we type this. We pull that all the way down to here. And then we can get rid of all of this. Move this over. And then do if keyboard timestamps has scan code, keyboard timestamps scan code equals 0. Okay, I think that might work. Let's go ahead and move back up. Rid of this, or move this to here. So that's what that actually is. Save it again. And now, let's try. It returns whether any of the keyboard keys or joypads in the given action were pressed within the buffer window. Now, as for buffer window, right now it's 15 milliseconds, which is 9 frame, which is Ultimate Smash. So what we can do then, called when the node enters the scene. We don't need that. Called when the player makes an input. No. Returns whether any of the keyboard keys in the given action were pressed within the buffer window. So implement this. How do we implement it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't want to keep pressing everything or pushing this typed event scan code. But we can maybe update it. That could be a possibility. We could keep it as a variable. That way we don't have to worry about it. That is always a way. Yeah. Current character int. This is all stuff that's not the user putting in. And if we can either send this around in the parameters or make it a variable in the script itself. And I'm thinking, current typed event key. I think it's better to just do typed event, I suppose. Because if typed event, unit key update typed. Actually, no. If it's not even a key, if it's not even typed, then don't do. I think that's how we should do it. So if typed event not equal to 0, then we can check to see if it's typed. So then if typed event not equal to 0, and if is in buffer, update. Something like that. However, I'm curious to see what it's even doing. Like you said, print it, test it out that way. So is there a func process or that's what I want to know. What is called no, it's not @ready, it's a process. It's func process, right? So if we do func process down here, because I just want to see what it's printing out. Func process. Oops. Just let it finish for me. Process. Like that. And then we don't need delta. So we can either get rid of it or do underscore. Forget which one it wants me to do. That's fine. Looks fine. Okay. The func process void. And then we need a print, or maybe a for loop or print. We should just be able to do, no, we'll have to do a for loop. Fine. After it finishes freezing, we go. Until then, water break. Funk process sounds like the name of an album. Did I say funk process? I can see it as maybe being like an album, groovy programming. Type to the groove. Print. Or for, well, it says dictionary, which is interesting. So for key in keyboard timestamps, print key. Like this? Okay. And then parent signatures process float. So I think all we have to do is do delta. Just Groovy idea is great. Okay. If we do all of that, we should get like a lot of stuff in our print. Or maybe not. Hold on. Ooh. Unreachable code statement after return. What does that mean? Ah. I see. We don't need this anymore. Now it should be good. Should be happy with us. Perfect. We're not getting that print that we need. And it's in our process, and yet it's not getting activated. For key, I believe I did this right. Let's see. If I do this timestamp. Yeah. For key and keyboard timestamps. Okay. Oh, cancel. I'm curious. Maybe it's because, oops, let me disable. Maybe because it's empty. Go ahead and open back up our testing zones. Like so. Here we are. And then if I click a button, oh, all right, so we're getting errors. This is wonderful. Invalid access to property or key scan code on base object of type event key. Called whenever the player makes an input. If event invalid access to property or key scan code on a base object. Is it called something else now, maybe? Hold on. I have to update our typing a little bit. We'll see. This would be in 4.3. Go back to full screen. And an input event actions. There should be. Where would it be at? It's in normally, according to. It's key code in G. Thank you. Very helpful. I appreciate it. I'll open it up on here. Okay. Let's just key code. Ah. Void key code. Okay. And what do we have right now in our spellcaster? Key code. Oh, key code. Where is that at? Comparison returns results. No, we don't need that. We need up here. Okay. And then back over to Godot. What we're reading is, or never mind. No, we don't need it yet. Okay. So keyboard layout. It is key code. So get key code, I guess. We would do is buffered dot get underscore key code. Interesting that it's some other stuff in here. What's Godot saying? It should just be get key code. It returns a key enum? Ah. It goes one layer deep. Let's see. Oh, I got, yeah. It's one of these. And then we have to turn that into an int? How do you make an enum an int? I forget. Godot, turn enum into int. Let's see, because I know there's a way to do it. I've done it before. How would you? Enums are values of, so you need to cast int. Really just number constants? Well, let's try. Type get keep. It should work. I'm not sure what any of these mean, as that didn't show up. But if input is, no, we know for sure this is a input event key. So then it's get key, or is it event.get key? Is that it? No, it's not it either. I'm not seeing... Represents a physical location. Test, bool, Unicode. We don't need the Unicode. We need the key code. And I'm seeing on here, I'll show you. Here it says, under input event key, you should be able to do dot. Ah, there we go. It's not get, it's just dot key code. That's the difference. Okay, let's try that. I think that's what it is. So it's typed events dot key code. I think that's what it is. And we shall see now. Fingers crossed. Here we open it. Here we are. Okay. I'll just type. Oh. Alright, let's see. Called another player makes a... Oh yeah, we gotta change this as well. Got another crash. For good reason. Since this is now different. It's now event.e. I believe. Ooh, wait. Where are we? Called whenever the player makes an input. We're in event buffer. Called. Ah. Gotcha. Okay. This is constantly checking to see. And that was our issue. This is putting it in our good old thing. If not, return. It should be like this. We don't need the other thing. This is just putting it into our scan code. So I think this is right now. And then I'll open up the window. Here we are. All right. Pressing a button. More errors. Let's see. On object type input event key. Okay, okay. We have our event and it's an input event key. Our event does not like that it is not an input event key. Hi, Bunny, welcome. We're in the process of a pain. Welcome. Maybe it has to be turned into this? Possibly? Maybe we can typecast it or something. So if we're converting this every single... Welcome! Tried to warn you. Magic. We're trying to program magic. Technically. And program with. Event.keycode, maybe? Maybe. Keycode. Oh, I think you might have figured it out. Let's see. And pressing. Woo! It works. It's printing a lot. And it might die. But it's printing. Okay. So now, get rid of the printing, just because that printing was spamming. But I think we're good. And I just want to see, so I guess now we just have to kind of sync up the buff zone. We don't need this in timer anymore. Let's go back to our timer. We don't need this can type bool anymore. And it's not needed. Or is it needed? Right now, we're changing can type depending on user input. What we want is to set a... No, I think this is right. Because we're checking... What are we checking? I have to go back to the drawing board. Because this input buffer is just a way to forgive the player's input because of the audio and screen delay. That takes care of that. But then here, we need to tweak something. Right now, we have a bool for our can type. And we were just swapping the bool and checking the bool. On timer timeout, can type equals false. And that's my thing. I think this is good. We should be like this. And then... I have to type this out. Or try it out. I always find that to be easiest when I'm a little bit stuck. Because right now we have a is in input buffer. Makes sense. And then if is in buffer, an update. Now we don't need this, I don't think. What we need to figure out is if it's in time. So I guess we might have to bring the timer's code into here, maybe? So we can get all of the stuff in here. Right now, not looking too peachy, but I think this is okay. I think what we have to do is do func test timer, or rather func get timer, something like that. What I'm thinking is we make a function, and depending DEPEN, depending on the timer state and input buffer, determines if entered in time. That's what I'm thinking of function-wise. So with that said, we need something like func underscore. A way to check the last timer timeout, maybe, for the timer to that extent. Func. You gotta go. It was fun though. Thank you for helping. You helped a lot. Let's see you later. Indeed. Let's see. Func. Make a function depending on the timer state and input buffer. Determines if entered in time. If the timer was active during time entered. Gonna check tomorrow if you managed to make it work out. I hope so. We'll see. But indeed, see you later. Timer was active during the time entered. Check. Maybe something to that extent? Possibly. I don't know. What's this? Not found input buffer. Huh? Where? What exactly are you coding? I want to make a metronome for the typing game. So right now we need to sync up the audio to, well, for when the player sees, here, I'll show you. You can see that blinking light. We want the player to only type within when it turns to blue. And any other time, it's counted as incorrect. But the issue is because of the way games work, where they print on screen everything, but audio's different. So your visuals and your audio are different. So because they're different, they're a bit laggy. So we're trying to make up for the lag by adding an input buffer. And the input buffer, all that's doing is just forgiving time so that the player has time to attempt to press the button to match up with the music. We're making some sort of forgiveness meter is the hope. Let's see. Func is on beat. How about that? Beast. Func is on beat. And then it is boolean. A bool. And here. And for now we'll just pass. Do I do my spaces after? Yeah. Okay. Oops. Oops. There we go. Func that says is on beat. And then we'll just return false. Return false. Okay. So if it is on beat, it'll return true. Not, you think you get it, but at the same time, maybe too small brain to understand all these words. My brain. I am slowly charging to this. I'm grateful for all the help I've been getting, because if I was on my own doing this, I might be here all day. Is on beat. So right now we need to check if timer dot. What are we checking? Let's see. If timer dot can type. Oops. This is updating faster than the audio. We need to go back to our spellcaster. So if timer dot can type down here, and then so if timer dot can type, and then we need to get this input buffered here. So if the timer can type an input, yeah, I think this is right. So and is in buffer. This goes here. And then we drag the input event into here as well. Or key typed, which is input event. Briefly, let's just put an int. Let's just call it key code and call it int. And then we can just say this. So if timer can type and is in buffer, let be this here. And is in buffer. The only thing you've coded was switch controls for a Minecraft stream you did once. But you have forgotten everything about how you did it. Yeah. You have to do it a lot of times to remember, and I completely forgot how I did audio last time. So it's a learning process over and over and over again until it sticks. Return true. Technically, return this. Which is just the true. So if this is true, it returns true. We can get rid of this now. So if time event is get Unicode, that works. And then if is in buffer, and it's all about the grind, exactly. Gotta get those reps in. Let's cut this out. And then and is on beat with this key code. Now why is it not happy? Oh. Better? Oh. I keep forgetting. Is in buffer is not a thing anymore. No. Hold on. Something went awry. Gotcha. That's what I messed up. Alright. Go back. We just want if is on beat. There. So now what we do is we check for output. Now, I wish, or we should figure out a way to make it so we can test to see when the input buffer is going off. I don't know when we can tell when the lag happens, so to speak. Checking and putting that on screen, like counting frame rates, a frame rate checker, that sort of thing, to see if we can sync it up. And I'm not too sure how we would print on screen when the audio's played versus when the key typed. But I'm curious to see about just overall if adding that input buffer changed anything. Give it a go. Right. E. Oh. Froze. Is it because my Godot's freezing, or? Also, whenever I type anything, nothing's happening. I'm guessing maybe we're not getting our key timestamps? Possibly? Give it a second to unfreeze. And until then, a water break. Then save. Oops. What did I do? There. That chaos just happened. Are you able to keep track of all the code? I am not. That is why I have a thing up. Got one of these. Which puts it out in simple English so I can understand what's going on. And right now, oops. My good old shrunk. 1 second. Let me fix it. Is this what we were at? Maybe one of these. And then make it a little bit bigger. Like that. Okay. Now, we don't need this anymore. But I do want to check. Yeah, see, it's not returning true at all anywhere. Makes it, yeah. English, simple English. If event has key scan code, and if timer get ticks is greater than, less or equal to buffer window, it should return true here. Prevents this method from returning true repeatedly. I think that's what we're missing, return true. It's never returning true, and I think that's why it's freezing, or not freezing. It's not giving us any input. Let's see. Did I happen to fix it? We took outdated code of the idea and are trying to make it work for our code. Not even understanding how to do it in the first place. Kind of just duct taping everything together. So P. Okay. What game inspired me to start coding? Not any game in particular. I just like games. So I've always wanted to make games, and I like numbers, so that kind of went hand in hand together with programming. Let's see. And is not giving us anything, which is interesting. What we need to do then is start printing. Can we turn a key scan code back into an enum or something of the likes? If keyboard timestamps has keyboard, return true or false. And then prevents this method from turning true repeatedly and registering duplicate actions. That makes sense. And then return true. Right now, let's go in here. Something's not working. It works the first time, but it doesn't work afterwards. One thing I also like about programming is problem solving, but I don't like bug fixing. Those are two different things. As for this, though, oh, hold on. How long has the music been muted for? Oh no. It's been pure silence. Oh boy. I can constantly hear it in my ear, but I didn't see the meter going up just now. Where were we? If is on beat, print on beat. Else offbeat. You thought bugs were little bugs in the machines? I think I did too. I wouldn't put it past me. Not one bit. Oh. It's like, oh, there's bugs in the computer? What? I can totally see it. You can see at the bottom it says on beat, off beat. And I guess what we can do is in timer print something out as well. Now, I know there's a way to print to here in a certain color, and I think that would help us a lot. As for how, let's go to our timer. And then let's do, well, let's look it up. Change console, or what is it called? Debugger? No. Debugger. Change output color. Change Godot output color. I want to see if I can make it something better, something a little more colorful. I know there's a way to do it, but accepts BB code, which allows you to add a color to tag, or print underscore rich. Ah, interesting. I think what we can do is do print underscore rich. Okay. And then what we can do is do, I believe, something we did before with our spellcaster text, which is just take this up here. Let's just do white. And then we do slash color. So then in text, we can do print color white, and then what would it be? Slash color? Bracket slash color for our timer. And let's make it green, or red. For time out. Does that work? Color equal red. I think we have to do this. And this. Okay. And then we do color equals green for this. If it'll let us copy and paste. Like so. Have you ever played one shot? What's one shot? No. Unless you mean one shots as in D&D. Otherwise, no, I have not. Let's see. Look at that! Isn't that cool? So time in, time out. Let's just say stop and go. So then, in the time it's in between, stop, go, stop, go. Isn't that cool? Go, stop. Okay, we have that going. You need to do your favor and check out one structure. Sure! You can send it to me through Discord, that'd be easier. The way I won't forget. It's the link to the Steam page or something. I do go through the streams, but I do forget. Now we need to go back to our spellcaster. And then here. If is on beat, print. Super beautiful. Ooh, you have my interest now. We need to do... maybe... we could do thump. And then... crash. Crash. Color equals... blue? And then color equals... yellow. Okay, let's try this. This should be a little bit easier. Like Undertale, but a lot more colorful. Ooh, colors, you say? When I press this, it goes go, thump, stop. That's also a very hard blue to read, so let's just keep it white. I also put thumb. Let's see. Beat. I think that's better. We have go, stop, go, stop, go, stop. You can see it on here. Let me... wait, make this screen. I'll duplicate the screen. That way I can zoom in. Like this. Maybe then I can do one of these moves. Oops, wrong button. Like this. Like that. That way we can see the console easier. And then... about an act that likes pancakes who's got isekai. Restore the light of the world using a literal light bulb. Sounds interesting! I'd be curious to read into it after after stream. We'll send it my way. Now let's... okay. Should be able to see this. So it's in sync, it seems about. Go, stop. But you can see a little bit. There's a little bit of a delay, it feels like. Right? There's a slight delay between when it plays and when... oh, even there. Oh, that's my Godot freezing. Give it a second. But it feels like the audio happens a little after, so I guess that's what that delay is. Making progress. Sorta, kinda, little something something. Godot decided to just freeze now, though. But yeah, we're making progress. Water break now that it's frozen. Okay, there we go. It's back to printing. Okay. We have our go, stop, and you can kind of see... I feel like the audio is playing a little bit after. Do you feel like that is a thing? This is the go, stop, go, stop, go, stop. And then if I type... let me go ahead and press E. This is crash, which just means It's after stop. Eat. So if I do it with the buffer and everything, let's see. E, N, D. Oh, that one didn't work. D, space. O. Oh. O. No. We're definitely gonna need a way to tell spaces apart. I think that's why. Space. Nope. Go. Eat. O. F. Space. S. Okay. I think what would be helpful is... How can we keep track of everything that's going on as well? The box is a good idea, but it's kind of tricky to tell. So I'm thinking... we can change it a little bit. Not too much, but I think what we can do is something a little simple. We can do... where is it at? You can see here it has our current string printed here. I'm thinking if not last text, current string equals. So we're changing our current string right now. And current string happens all the way up here. Right. Yeah. Current character. How do we underline something? That's what I want to know. How to underline. What's the BB code for underlining? Godot underline BB code. Let's see. You underline by doing... Here, we'll show it. I'm looking at. So this is stripping performance. Okay, we need underline. This is bold, so I'm guessing maybe it's U for underline. I can always just control F and type underline. Ah. That is awful. But good to know. Okay then. We need to put this in our text if it is that text. I want to see if we can get that working. It'll make it easier to tell when we can type, I think. I think it all comes down to the way the game feels. So current string equals. And then what we can do is do maybe if timer dot can underscore type. Right. If timer dot can underscore type space current string equal, and then we do this, but now we have to add text in here. Should be tricky. I'm thinking what we have to do is do something like this, where we chop up the text in between the brackets first, and then we have to do plus. Take this one away. I only want one, like this. And then we do current string. I'm curious to see if this will change it on screen. Hopefully it will, but we'll see. It does not. We have a little bit more work to do. Yeah, current string is here, and I want it to... let's have it print current string, just to see what we get. And what do we get? Not even saying timer. Or, yeah. It's not even going through this, which is interesting. If timer.can type, and our timer's up here, so it can type, and it's showing it can type. I'm wondering, why is this not working? Let's try printing this first, and then seeing if that works. Not found input. What? Hold on now. Let me just try running and seeing. Huh. Not sure why it wasn't working. But for some reason, our checking if timer can type isn't working. Which is interesting because it works up here. Where is it at? if timer. Bum, bum. Yeah. Here's our if timer can type, and there should be another one in if is on beat. Yeah. The if timer can type. That works. And it is giving our is on beat. And then if is on beat. So this is registering. But for some reason, when we get down here, in this function, timer doesn't want to register. Which is odd. We'll have to figure that one out. Oh! Okay. I think... No, this is fine. We just add a U underline, which should equal this. And then maybe, just to double check this is right, let's have it print this out. Make sure it's working. Nope. It's not accessing this at all, I don't think. Let's see. If we undo this, it should print. Go, stop. Go, stop. Nope. Are we getting in here at all? Oh, I think I know why. It's not updating because we're not entering anything. That's why. Gotcha. Okay. What's wrong? We need it to update. Even when we don't update text. So update text has got to be... Okay. How would we do this? I'm thinking... Right now, this is only updating when we input a key, which is right. We don't want it updating otherwise. Otherwise, it kind of becomes a little bit of a mess. What I want to happen is for it to flash on screen to show that it is selected. Maybe getting big and smaller to help, especially with when it's a space bar. So how would we turn this into the updated text? Right now, none of this is happening until we change the character. So I'm thinking... Okay, actually, I think it might work if we press a button. Go, stop, go, stop. Nope. Okay. What I'll do then is then try typing, and we'll see if that works at all. E. So it is working in some way. But you see, it only works when I'm typing. And we need this to go regardless of whether or not I'm typing. We need to pull out current string. Or this has got to go somewhere else, unfortunately. Where to? I'm not too sure. Right now, these are outside of the array? Oh, not array, function. The ones in big. Those are our constants. These are created in the function. So I think maybe... How can we keep it blinking, do you think? Maybe what we need to do is save it for next time. And then while the user isn't inputting, we print that to screen or we update it. I think would work. So for example, var current screen text. Possibly. And then we do var current screen text. Oh, froze. Water break time. We have a save string that it keeps saving to every time we type something in. Maybe then we can print it to screen because the current screen text will get updated every time. And hopefully that might work instead. So var current screen text equals string. Oops. Equal U. And then what we can do is do set current string text equal current text, or current text equal new text get text. This should be fine. It just equals the current text. And then on process, oops, process, we should just be able to do text equal current screen text. My only worry is that this is gonna make it lag. But because we want it updating, I think this might be the right method to do. Go, stop, go, stop. Alright, now it's missing. So we need to bring this down here. And make current screen text. Now current text. That's what I did wrong. Alright, now it's showing up. But it's new text.getText, which is just here. It should be current screen text equals text. And that should set it up. Alright, now it's gray. Now when we go down here, I think this will work now. What we do then is do text equal, and then we do current underscore screen text equal, and then we do join spell array as well. And this will update our current text. However, that doesn't solve our problem of making the new text. I want it to be some sort of underline or some sort of update. But I'm not too sure. Well, actually, no. There is a possible way to do it, which is just checking the array location. No, that wouldn't work. Current screen text equal spell array.join. That makes sense. This can update it every single time. We need to print text. I think that's the function we need. We need print text to screen. Print text to screen. Something like that. And then we'll take in other stuff, but for now, it is a void. And then we can hopefully grab all of this and do, well, we'll need previous string, we'll need current string, and we'll need next string, and also the results color. So that's why I'm thinking it's tricky. And I'm thinking actually maybe what we can do is change current string, right? Maybe our spell array is already up here. Maybe that's what we do. So instead of current screen text or current screen up down here, we can do this. Yeah. Instead of current text or current screen text, we do this instead. And that should take care of that. And then because I want to make this go up here. And then we'll do equal and leave it empty. And then what we do is do text equals dot join spell array. This should print every time. I'm thinking something like that. Possibly. Spell array is packed, so cannot assign a value dictionary to assign. Why is that angry? Because current, no, okay. Cannot assign a value of type dictionary to variable spell array with a specified type of packed string array. Okay. For some reason this isn't working. Oh. There we go. Is that what you want? No, it's not what it wants. Cannot assign the value of type dictionary. It's not a dictionary. That's the curious part. Why isn't this working? Current string dot. Oh! Maybe this? No. It's still unhappy. It's got something to do with this pack string array. Maybe it wants to be empty like this? Or maybe it wants this? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? It was just the bracket points. Now what's this? I don't know what all of that is. We'll just have to test and see. So now, what we should hopefully be able to do is do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this would be 0, 1. Yeah, it is one type of bracket change. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is our current string. Now 4 means what we can do possibly is do this. And then if we bring it up to process, if timer can type, then spell array at 4 equals current text, like this, and then okay, print. Now current text is a full thing. Actually, I don't think, I mean, we'll see. We will see. So if timer can type, else spell array current text. Okay, I think this is it. Oops, out of bounds set index. Okay, we have to fill the index with something. Thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that all we have to do? Let's double check. I think that's 9. Yeah, that's 9 down there. It was unhappy because it was an empty array. So hopefully now it's a filled array. Okay. Take a look at this. We're getting something new. Good news is it's in brackets and it's underlined. Something crazy is going on here. But it is working. I think what we'll have to do is do not current text, but current character int in current character text. So for example, current character text at current character int. I think. And I don't think we need these squigglies. And then else spell array equals this. Something like that. Let's see. Ooh. It is Yesent. Hold on, I'll show you. Photo screen here. Look at that! Kinda, sorta. We don't have the rest of our script. Now we gotta account for that, but it is underlining, which is good. It tells us where we're at. Yeah. Now we just gotta figure out why it broke. But it's working. So for now, can we do this? And the answer to that is, I don't know, broke but working sounds like you. Yeah. It's just, you're functional, barely functioning. Partially functional. That's the best functioning way to be. Let's see. I guess what we need to do is run this once. Possibly? We can make it do this. So in our on ready, It's not empty. On ready, we update text. And then we do user input, which is a string. I don't think it's gonna be... Well, this shouldn't actually do anything. Mixed use of tabs and spaces. Ooh, that's the worst. Yeah, pick one. And this should turn back invalid, hopefully. That way, users does work in that sense. Let's see. Oops. Out of bounds, get index, var, test user input. Okay. So this is saying, when we go to test the user input, var current character, string current text character, int, yeah. Okay. So let's just make this maybe 0. Where are you at? 0. On ready. 0. Try that. Nope. Oh boy. Oh no. Let's see. If text underscore user input. Okay. How about this? Var result color string. All of this goes. We only really need to. Okay. Let's do. Okay. Let's go back here and then do. This isn't already. We only run this once. We only need to run this function initially. Update text. How do we do default parameters for Godot? Let's see. Godot default parameters. Parameters. How can I set a default for an argument? If you do default values for arguments like equal. Interesting. Okay. So close that. Reopen Godot. And if it is, we'll just put -100 or -10. And then down here, we can do var result color string. And then we can do new text.getText. So if test.input equals, we don't need any of that. We need if user input equal. Let's do actually a const, and we'll call it start. Inserty color. Const start. Oh. Const start string equals start. And since it's a const, you make it big. Alright? And then all we have to do now, that way we don't have to worry about these numbers. This is just start. Update text start. And then if user input equal start, then what we can do is do all of this. So we do if user input equal start. We don't need to run this. How can we do that? If user input equals start, maybe if it's not start. Can we do this? I feel like that's a little too much and I'm feeling duct tapey. We'll see. But if user is not start, then we run all of this and we set the array. And this shouldn't even be here anymore. It shouldn't have to, at least. Let's see. Oops. Where'd my red go? Odd. Okay. There's still no words. And I'm curious as to why. What I want to do for our onReady is update text and then print our spell array. Or print this on our ready function. And it doesn't get printed, which is interesting. Yeah. We update the text. Color gray on our ready function equals test equal color gray. Yeah, until you type something, that's what the text is. Because we want something new, kind of throws off everything. We should be able to do here, maybe text equal color gray. What does this give us? I do okay. This gives us nothing. Because the text has nothing. That is nothing in our spell array. But on ready, the spell array should be created, is what we want. That's what the spell array update should do. Let's start here and then see what we get. So on update text, we step in and we go down here. And then we go into step in. So if it's not equal to start, but it is start, we go down here. Then we make our previous string, current string, our LF. I see. Gotcha. So because there's nothing in here, I think that's why. Because we don't start until the current string something else. Okay. We have to add a little bit more logic. I think that's what it's telling us. So for example, we need to print the everything plus what's on screen. For example, spell array here is right. What we need to do, because this won't run unless it's different. We don't even really need this at the moment. What we need to do is do on ready. Because nothing's in our previous, next, and past, that's why it's empty. We just need to get the beginning of the array, make it the current color, and do it that way. To do that, that's where we start running into issues. Right now, when I play this, nothing's on screen. And if I do this, it now blinks on screen, which is great. But we need everything else added to on screen. And that's where we run into issues. So I think what we'll have to do, at least initially, until the user puts in input, is print everything plus what's after. So for example, here it says if timer can type. That sets our current text, which is right. But then we need to do if timer can type else. That sets our current text in our spell array. But then we need a way to add everything after the spell array, or everything after our current text. And I forget what function we use. Add print from to string. Godot. And we need the Godot string. And then we need to go to the functions. And then we need to go from and to. And that is... which one again? I forget. We'll find it. We need to go... let's see. Oh, actually, I do know. It'll be... here. Everything that comes in next. Everything here, which means we can go ahead and print these to get answers on what we're missing. These will be super helpful. And now what we can do is okay. So this is set to run once, and we should get everything we need from there. Okay. As you can see, it says previous, it says next, and it indexes 0. We need the next to be everything past. Let's see. User something something, user something. We need next. If we're at the start, previous, current, our next. Where's our next? Ah, okay. Var next string. If not last of text, do this. But if index equals 0, 0, we need next string to be everything after. That's how we start. If not last of text, if current character int. I think that's what we called it, current character int, back up here. Yep, current character int equal 0, because we're at the start. Then what we need is next string equal to current text substring current character int +1 -1. How do we do this? I'm thinking something like this. That might work. We'll see. Next is 0. Interesting. Now I'm wondering why that is. Because we have our current text, and then we're substring, and then it's +1. So I guess what we need to do is print current text. Let's give that a go. Print current text. Current. You can see current is also nothing. Where do we get our current text from? Let's find out. We have all of this up here. Okay, that's why. Let's move all of this to below when we set our current text and see if that makes a difference at all. Okay, it does. You can see down here it says next ND upstream. That's great news. Now I'm wondering if that's because of what we set. If not, let's just double check really quickly. See if it's logic. Nope, we don't even need that logic. Okay. So now, next string should be in here. For some reason, it's not. Weird. I'm wondering, do we update text now, or is it not updating anymore? Or no, what we now have to do is set the spell array. So spell. Oh no, we set the spell. We set the spell array here. Spell array equal this. Like that? Oh, like that? Now let's try. Okay, we get something different. I'll show ya. It's up here. Oh, did I close it? I did. It'll let me. Need but the bugs. Oh, there it is. Never mind. So you can now kind of see we have E/color/N, but it's working. It's also at the end of the line, which is great. Now the blinking is in tune with the rhythm. Makes it a little bit easier to tell where to type. Now we have to figure out why this color is messing up. And then after we do that, we should be good to go. For example, I'm wondering if it's getting messed up. Let's see. Oh, this function's kind of mushed together. I'm wondering if it's here that it's getting messed up. Right now this is working and updating everything, which is great. We have the if timer and it's underlining the current text, which is wonderful. However, you saw the current line is a little wonky. in our ready, it should have printed the spell array. Here. This is what we have right now, which is... There you go. You can see it a little bit better. Oh, I'm now covered. There we go. Right now it's printing color equals white, slash color, E slash color, color equals gray, end of stream, which is true. Then you go around and you do this. And I think that's why it's getting confused a little bit. So I'll do this. Right here. And then we'll try and see if this helps. Oh, I printed so much. Let's just go back to the top. Previous, next, index, and all of this printed out. It's so interesting. We only need to print once. How do we do that, you ask? Pretty simple. We'll just set a variable var no more print and do string, bool equals true, false. And then we'll do this. If not no more print. Do all of this. Oops, never mind. We do this afterwards, like this. And then we set no more print to true. And then now it should only print once. There we go. Wonderful. Alrighty. So you can see here, interesting. The index color equals white, and color E, color. And I think maybe it's because of the timer can type, because this looks white. This looks right. There we go. Hold on. Our color equals white slash color, and then we have E. Oh, because that's previous. That's why. If there's no previous, then there's nothing to put before previous. And right now, what it's printing is slash color end of stream. Now we have to take care of previous. Go back down here. And where it says print previous, string previous. Yeah, okay. Down here, because our previous is empty, it's messing it up. So what we need to do is do spell array, color white, end of color. Right now, that previous string isn't anything, so it's not coloring anything. So in that case, what we could do is take this out, possibly. Like this, and then up here, previous. We can go here and do that color white, previous string. And again, this is a packed array, right? Yeah. Packed string array. I'm wondering if I can just plus the packed arrays. Not too sure. But I'm thinking we do packed string array. Maybe what we can do instead then, we can't do that. We can kind of modify it a little bit. So say, if current text equals 0, do this string array. Not do this string array. Which should make it easier, but we'll see. For now, we'll find out once it stops. So what a break. Oh. Alright. Instead, what we can do is do back, there we go, and undo. If current string equal 0, else spell array equals this. But if current string equals that, then we do this. And then what we have to do is make sure it's indented correctly. Current string, no, current character int. There we go. If it's 0, we don't have a before. There's no reason to print before. And if we do that, okay, we get a little something different. So wonky. Current string's fun. Here you go. We get this. And why? I don't know. Let's see. I think what we have to do, because if I go back up here, we have ND of stream, and then we have our initial ready, which is up here, and on ready it printed this e/color/grade/end of stream. Then after, which was on our process, it printed this e/color/gray/e. Odd. Something's a little wonky. We'll see. I think why it's wonky is because of the string in the array. So I think to fix that, we'll have to have a current... We already do have the current string, right? We have spell array 4 here. And that's just in here. But because we don't have this anymore, or at least we don't have the exact position, kind of a little wonky. So we'll need to update the character string, or modify the character string, I guess is the best way to put it. For example, what we'll have to do is up here we have current text, and down here we have current string. And current string is made... Where is it at? Current string is made... Oop. I thought it froze on me for a second. Current character. And then... Oh no, that's test user input. We have update text, result color, right, and then current character, and then if current character int, otherwise current character is this, var, here we are, current character string. If not last of text, current character string equals this. And then, so we might have to update current character string so that spell array can reference it, is what I'm thinking. Because we edit it so much and we're highlighting it everything. We might have to take current character string out of this. Otherwise, yeah, okay. Let's move this out. Current string. What's the difference? Current text? Okay, let's change current text. Full words in case. Let's replace this with current verse. That's what they're going to be called. The spell verses, because poem verse. And let me double check. Yeah, current text. Replace all. This should make it a little bit easier. Let's current verse, and then this is current... Where'd it go? Current string. But I think it's better represented as current character. Let's change that as well. To current string to current character. That's what it really is. And now that we have current character, we can go back down here, and you can see these are all changed. Current character, because this is also current character int. That makes sense, that's the key. This is the key to the dictionary? Current verse. No, it's an array. Now that we have that, we can go back up here now that we don't have to set current character. We go all the way back up here. Now what we can do instead of doing all of this is do current character equals. Character, and then current character. However, we have to account for one more thing, and that thing is making the character red. Look. Oh, well, actually, no. Maybe not. I don't think so. Let's check. Okay. Well, it didn't do what I thought it'd do, but it did something. I'll show you what it did. This. Interesting. Go ahead and hide this. Now we have E, color, gray, and of stream. Adult color, current character, and color. That's what it should equal. For some reason, color is going before result color. Yeah, very interesting. We don't need to know the previous and next anymore. We're good on those. But for here, we need to do this. So on ready, text doesn't need to be this anymore. I don't believe. Because we're already getting the text. I think we can cross that out and we'll get the same exact thing we had before. Yep. And our current verse is text.getText, which is this text up here. That's all that is. That is true. Our current verse. We need our current verse. After we set our current verse, then we update the text. And then after we update the text, we print it once just so I can check. And then here we do process delta. And on the timer, we see if we can type it. Otherwise, current character is current character verse. And then, just notice those glasses? Are they always there? I am working on my toggles. Well, just imagine they were always there. Ooh, spooky, mystical. Let's see. Number print equals true, text dot join color, right? And if I run this again, to set me in the big brain move. That's what those glasses are for. E/color. /color gray. Now I'm wondering if we get rid of this, what does it run? Oh no! We are not another one. Whatever we're doing here though in E/color, it's not printing correctly. We gotta go back all the way down here. And it's an issue B brain, exactly. Down here, something's wrong with this. We have a result color, we have current character, and we have end of color. Result color is currently what? Result color is green. Okay. Let's make result color by default equal this. And that gives us... Oh! What is that? End lore? I don't even know what that means. Hold on. Alright. The result underscore color. End lore. Oh! For some reason it cut out my end of character. Huh. Our controls are just all wonky today. That did give us something new. I will admit. Now we have color gray E /color/stream. Go back up. What do we see? Color gray. Huh, it's just adding random all around really. Oh boy, not good. So I'll wait for this a little bit. Then we'll get back at it. Because somewhere along the line, gray and E got added to gray. Since Godot's frozen, water break time. We have to go find our gray. And it's here. It says color gray E. It's adding the E. It's not me. Which is great news. Our result color equals color gray. Okay. Means... Oh! I know why. It needs to be this, because our color gray is a const. That's why it's in big. Okay. We're good. And now we need it flashing. Now, did I accidentally... Well, not accidentally. I purposely deleted it. Let's get it... Oh, no. It's still here. Perfect. If timer can type current character equal you, current character, current verse, current character int, or no you. For some reason, now this isn't working. Which is interesting. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay. So right now, current character equals what? E. Yeah. All the way. Gotta take a bit of a trip all the way over to here. So right now, current character is E. And then we step into... And where is our current character at? U/E, which is correct. That's right. So then it should be print/join spell array. And I guess because it doesn't get updated, that's probably why. What we have to do is do some sort of update, which is really unfortunate. Because that means what we're doing here is just... Oh, it might need an entire redo, unfortunately. Because right now, what the issue that's happening is that here in our current character, it's getting called. But our results color, our next string, our previous string, all of that. So we're gonna have to probably take this out somehow and make it, yeah. All of this for rhythm and underlines to track our rhythm. Isn't that crazy? Oh boy. We only have around 30 minutes left, but I will certainly keep working on this. Current character. Previous string, next string. Current character should be crazy, yeah. This is just to get underline working within the beat. Next string. Alright. Then, what we can do is do this. Next string. Previous string. We don't need any of that. All this for rhythm is another... It is! See, after the groovy... Oh, it comes before the groovy. The groovy is a triumph. That's what it is. We have our previous next string now taken out. Okay. And then what we'll have to do is do... Followed by Ain't Got Rhythm. That's a good song. That is a wonderful song. Car. Update. Spell. Alright. Beautiful song. And then we have Void. And we could just take all of this out. Like this. It literally been stuck in your head since you were a kid. It is a good song. I still play it on repeat. I do indeed. It's got funk. And beat. It even sounds good in Norwegian. Really? Ooh. I might have to give it a listen then. That sounds great. Let's see. If not last of text, next of string equals current verse. What is it angry about? Unindented does not match previous indentation. So down here is if not. This should be dented. Then we have, oh, var. There we go. And then now down here, for some reason it's not liking this. Why? I don't know. We can also, well, they're already also equal to, so we don't need any of these. Most translated songs to Norwegian sound really off. Norwegian sound really off, but Ain't Got Rhythm just works. I'll have to give it a listen after stream. Let's see. Why this is not accepting? Let's see. Oh, that's sweet. If not last of text. Oh, I know why. It's kind of the same. So we can just do this. But why it says unindented, I don't know. Unindented doesn't match previous indentation level. Use space character for an indentation instead of tab at use before the file. End of expected line. Some not working. That's what it's saying. On our func, this is right. This is all a tab. And then we have if this, else this. Makes sense. Down here, if not last of text. Current string. Well, current character equal current verse. That makes sense. And the next string, current verse, current character end. Why this isn't working? Oh, is it because I had it started? If I play it. Okay. Guess it's back to documentation. Unindented. Unindent doesn't match the previous file indentation. Doesn't match the previous file indentation. Godot. Mixing tabs and spaces. Oof. Okay, something's certainly off. Somewhere I'm mixing spaces and tabs, and we can't have that. Let's see. Close that. Right, Are you happy if I do this? No. It happens somewhere else. Okay, let's see. Indent. See. For a country for a year, you got backgrounds, felt like a sense of wonder returned. Ah, I bet. Indent. Probably where I used indent. There's 4 indents here. I'm not sure how I'm gonna find where I messed up in my indentation. Unless there's a space somewhere. I don't doubt it, but where that space is, I'm not too sure. Guess we can go through each function and delete it and see if it fixes it, possibly. Speaking of freeze, water time. Well, okay. And then let's see. Need to figure out the indentation. I'm thinking, let's try deleting all of these and saying if s. No, I don't think it's in here. Is it in ready? No, it's not in ready. Let's see. Last of text. Turn false. No, does not. Animated short that takes place in... Oh, how sweet. I wish... Is there a way to auto-format Godot, maybe? I can't find it. Sounds like you ended it in the wrong. Ultimately, though you're asking about code. Fortunately, you get a hint. Check out that line. Okay, well, let's check our hint. At 101. Then 101, and then 120. Expected end of file. Something's getting indented somewhere, and I don't know where. How did this happen? Tricky. Unindent doesn't match. It's something here. This makes sense. If, elif, if, not. Is it because of this? Let's try by just getting rid of all of this and seeing if it works. Pass. Goes even further. Something up here? I might be searching around for indents for the rest of the stream. Oh boy. It says this line, but then I got rid of the line. And yet, I'm still having indent problems. It's super odd. This is taking care of our spell array. Is that because... No. If goes here. All the if and the else. This makes sense. For some reason, up here. And I don't know why, because... This... When I get rid of it, it goes to the next thing. So everything, that's why I'm thinking everything above. Something's wrong up here? I'm not too sure. I didn't mess with this, I didn't mess with this. Maybe... Let's try this. Kind of just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Okay. Update text. Yeah, this is probably gonna take more testing than I think. Is there a way to... if you mix tabs, you can see in the documentation there's a form that cleans up... Document form that cleans it up for you in VS Code. You can go through the document. Fortunately, you get a hint. Make sure the indentation matches surrounding indentation lines. Resolve it so no longer saw the screenshot. Either tabs or spaces. I know that, but I can't see it, and I don't know where it is. Convert indent to unsave, uncheck. Okay, let's see. Thinking maybe this? Let's see. Never had problems with indentation. Now you're using Godot, and every time you save your code, it's starting to show parser arrows. Using tab instead of space as used before in files. So I started using space. Even when all red mark lines are gone, it's never ending telling me code is wrong after saving in text editor. Funky because there's both spaces and tabs. Tabs, the reason it's giving you errors because you use spaces first to track down the space indentation and switch. Go to editor, text editor, appearance, white space, draw tabs, and draw spaces. Turn both of these on. You can see where you have different. Okay. I will give this a try. I am lost. Let me quickly copy this so I can pull it to my other screen. And drag. Okay, so it says go to the editor. And then editor settings and guessing. And then text editor. Where are you at? Text editor appearance. White space, which is down here. Draw tabs, draw spaces. Then, let's see. Does that fix it at all? I'm not seeing any fix. Tabs and spaces. One came first. Okay, so let's run it. Maybe it'll refresh. Let's see. Unindentation doesn't match. It's still not giving me an update on where I went wrong at. Okay. Turn both of those on, you can see we have different behavior. There's convert indent on save, which should be on by default. Okay, let's try editor setting. Let's see. Text behavior, and then there's convert indent on save. Okay, that's on. So possibly, maybe if I close and reopen it. Fingers crossed. Oops. Gotta close, and then save, and then close, and hopefully resetting Godot should help. Definitely think we're moving somewhere. Just a little bit more. It's probably gonna come down to tweaking the beats and the testing to make sure it's within the range, but other than that, it should be good. Okay. Now we have this. We have Godot open, which is not saying the same thing now, kinda, sorta. Never mind, saying the same exact thing. Oops. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. It definitely is a lot more helpful. Maybe the space here? I can definitely see the dots now. That makes it a little clearer to read. But it's if not blast of text. This tab makes it a func, and then we go if not blast of text. If I do this, it just goes up. No, this indent for some reason is not working. Enter tabs. Weird. Yeah, not matching previous indent, and that all of a sudden started happening. If I even remove all of this, now it goes to the layer above, making me think it's something above, but it's just overall something's not right. As to what, I guess we gotta go through it a little bit. Let's see. This looks right. It's if here. This if is also first. Maybe, well, we don't need this anymore. And then we need maybe all of this. We don't need this anymore. We do. We don't need to test the user input if the user hasn't entered anything. So if this is right, I'm thinking maybe we can do this. It's still acting up. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take some tweaking. I'm not too sure where the error is. It's like a little bug. It crawled in, wiggled its way. Awful. Let's see. I think for sure what we have to do is do... We do have to change this a little bit to check to make sure it's not the beginning. Drop it in chat, TDP, and tell it to find the issue for you. You think that'd work? Yeah, I am fully willing to give it a try. Because I don't see it. Let's see. Where is it at? I don't see it. Maybe your robot's eyes can see it for me. Let's see. Chat. Get rid of indentation error. Get rid of indentation error. Oh, and then hold on. Oh, it froze. It's trying to tell me no, but I will not listen. All right, and then we grab the file. Gotta go through my folders. Is in my Godot stuff. Which one is it? In here. And then we go to our spellcaster screen, which is this one. And then I should be able to drag it in here. Alright, get rid of indentation arrows. Alright. I can help you fix indentation arrows. Alright, scanning. analyzing. Let's see. Script begins with some variable decorations. Script has several lines that might have, likely due to mixing tabs and spaces. I'll clean up the lines. Wow. I'll show you what it says. No, I think it's this right. Man, am I blind. This is what it sent me. Oops. Should just be able to... Do I have to save it? I guess I have to save it. Hold on. Save in downloads. Let's see. Alright, this is what it told me. If I can get it. Hello. It says, it seems you've uploaded a script likely from the Godot engine. I can help you fix any indentation errors. Script begins with some variable decorations and constants. Oh, is that what it is? Alright, well, let's see. Download the fixed script. Alrighty. If I do this and then... Oh, it already named it Spellcaster Fixed as well. Wow. Technology nowadays is a little scary. Okay, and I open back in here. Here is... Alright. Didn't fix it. It tried, but nope. Well, good and bad. I thought it'd help, but it didn't. It still is not good with indentation. Nope, it did not. You can see this is the fixed version. And it did nothing of the sorts. Unfortunately. I'm probably just going to have to comb through this. My eyes. Didn't wanna- Yeah, I was hoping so too. Yep. Can't wait for it to replace. Can't even find the indentation. What's it good for? But I think it's on the right track. Maybe it has to do with something up here? Okay. Let's see. On ready var. Print, previous, next. This all looks right. There's no spaces. You can check the spaces at the end. Then we have the tab, tab, tab. Tab, 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 tab. That's right. We have our tab, space, tab, space. Let's see, our var. And then return. That makes sense. Tab, space, tab, tab. Okay. We have all of these tabs and spaces. That's working. It makes sense. And then we get down here. Okay. Tab, space, tab. Yeah, I'm not seeing for any of you. I am not seeing it whatsoever. Any sort of error. If it's a tab, it shows it with this tab symbol, you can see. And then if it is a space, it's this dot. And it's saying unindent doesn't match down here. But I have a dot, space, dot for everything here. And then I have two tabs, two tabs, two tabs, two tabs. Where is it going wrong at? Not too sure, but... Okay. What does it say in 9974? Down here, it's saying unindent. Here, let me make it a little bit bigger. If you can spot it, I'm all for it. Yeah, but what's... One second. Let me zoom in a little bit. Zoom, enhance. I can get the right controls. Doesn't want me to even... Oh. Okay. Make this bigger. Oops. I feel like I broke my snap on my OBS. Look at that. What did I do? That's fine though. And here. No, it doesn't scale, boy. I'll just cover me for a second. You can see it says unindent doesn't match the previous indentation level. And then it says use space character for indentation instead of tab, as used before in the file. And then it says expected end of line. So the problems start at line 99, which is this one. But if it was a space error, it would have a little dot. Can you see those dots? So my issue is, where is the space error happening at? I'm not seeing a space error. I'm just seeing tab. Those are 2 right tabs. And the issue is as well, is when I get rid of this, it still has an error. Which is leading me to believe it has something to do above here somewhere. But all the same. Where? Yeah. Somewhere, a little space is messing up all of this code. A misplaced space. Somewhere. And I don't know where, and I've gotta go spend time now fishing it out. Oh, isn't that fun? Something here. I don't see a space. You'd be able to tell if there was a little dot above the indentations. I'm not seeing it, no. Indents. Well, nothing. This makes sense. Now we say, get up and get new eyes, walk around a little bit. That's probably what I'll have to do. Probably go and take another coffee break and then try all over again. It's here. I tried closing it multiple times. Even gave it over to ChatGTP. Didn't do nothing. So we'll have to find out. And then once I do that, it won't even be smooth sailing. We'll figure it out. I'm here again. Hi! Let's see. Yeah, not sure. Okay then. That is the case. Not your expertise, but you didn't see anything. That's totally fine. This isn't my area of expertise. But I have enough knowledge to know, or at least believe, I don't see anything wrong, and then... Oh, hold on. Okay. This is... my code. This... TTP. And their lines end up at 117. My lines end up at 117. And they didn't see... You know what? I'll ask what did they change. Maybe I can get some results from that. Let's see. What did you change? Question mark. Standardizing. Alright. Here's what I changed in the script. No functional changes were made. Indentation adjustments. What lines did you change? Small brain, exactly. Alright. Here are the specific lines for changes from me due to inconsistent indentations. Okay. Adjust the indentation from all of these lines. Each of those lines was just to ensure the indentation was consistent with the rest of the code. Interesting. Alright. Well, it's saying line 28. Let's go to line 28. Not the issue, but it's saying indentation is wrong. Where? This is what I have. And this is what this put. Let's see. Line 28. That's the same exact code. Trying to take credit. That's... it'll be fine. Just gotta go through and tweak some things, I'm sure. Timer can type. Link process delta. One indent doesn't match previous indentation. Yeah. Gonna have to go through everything. Oh! For a second. Alright, we'll do one more scan over, and then we'll have to end it there until figure out our indentations, spaces, and tabs. Can't mix them together. Oil and water. Oh. Overall, I still think things were very productive. Just a few more tweaks to the rhythm, and then we'll be good. I believe I'll be able to do it by Sunday. Should be. If not last of text. Something here is messing up. So we figure out that. Can you maybe action? That's what I did. And it gave me the line, and it was the exact same line. So whatever it's reading, it's not understanding. I did ask, what did I do wrong? We went to line 28, and it did the same exact Why is it a liar? Sure. Why are you a liar? Hold on. It says... Save as chat. Okay, and I'll move us back over to just chatting. This is what ChatGTP had to say. Him. I'm sorry if my explanation wasn't clear or didn't fully address your concern. My intent is to help, so if something seems off or incorrect, please let me know where I went wrong and I'll do my best to correct it. There's something specific that didn't seem accurate or truthful in my response. I appreciate the chance to clarify or provide further details, so it's a little angry. Not happy that it got it right, and now it's telling me what I did wrong. I don't know what you did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. So we're all at a loss. Well, that'll be it for this stream. Thank you for coming. I am gonna have to jingle my brain around a little bit more. But overall, aside from the indentation errors, we're moving in the right direction, which is great. Pretty much said yes. Yes, the code is made out of code. Exactly. It saw nothing wrong with it, but yet said something was wrong with it. Yep. Good stream, still made a lot of progress. I think adding rhythm will be a good idea. Thank you, indeedy. Have a good afternoon, evening, or good night. And I will see you all on tomorrow. Alright, bye-bye. Click the buttons, do the thing.